another Worcestery Council Theatre 3000. Travis, how are you?
I'm lovely. Thanks for asking. Bryan, how are you?
I'm good. My display name is still Human Time.
It's exactly
Uh,
what it should be.
I'm Bryan O'Donnell. We are, Bill is down at City Hall right now. So he'll be checking in at some point when he's able, and Brendan at some point as well. But we want to get things started before they get going down there, because I don't know. It's going to be an interesting meeting tonight. Obviously, there's a full-on racist order on the
Xenophobic.
agenda. Yeah, yeah, racist, xenophobic. Probably illegal. I mean, definitely illegal. It would be
Yeah.
illegal to adopt this order. Unnecessary. Um,
Anti-naturalized citizen.
I mean, it's just you to be an elected official in Worcester, Massachusetts. You have to be a registered voter. To be a registered voter, you have to be a naturalized citizen. So this
So it's already there.
This smacks of something else. It's hard to put my finger on it.
My hoove.
Yes, it's all stupid. So it's well, yeah, we're gonna see. We're gonna see what's going down. Bill went to go check out this. They were trying to have a rally beforehand, a MAGA rally essentially. No idea if that happened or not. He seemed to think that there wasn't, but there was also an empty school bus sitting in front of City Hall. So maybe we'll find out when he went inside that
They got too cold outside, so they all went inside.
That they're indoors already, warming themselves from the heat coming off.
It's a bunch of people wrapped in Trump
Donna,
flags.
Donna Calorio's burning hair. So yeah, so we're gonna see what that's all about in just a few minutes. And then I don't like there. To be honest with you, that took up most of my notice as far as what was on the agenda tonight. So let's just take a look through real quick. They should start to have some dumb things to say about leaf collection. That should be fun. They'll talk about the Crystal Street Bridge not being able to be replaced, apparently, because it's going to cost $5 million. So we're just going to leave that to rot, supposedly. The speed limits signs are going to go up. I'm actually reading through Mike Benedetti's preview right now, just for
He's so
conciseness purposes. Go to substack.com/Worcester Council, Worcester City Meeting, Worcester Meeting News. That's what it is. And I think they're going to talk again about the line item, but edits to the budget, and then a little more about the ARPA funding and whatever else was held from last meeting. So the meat of tonight is going to be speaking about this order, which again, if people haven't seen it, I'll pull up the text of it momentarily here. I think there's a good opportunity to dox a shitty person. Maybe we can all work on that tonight. Item 10I, Mary Ann Carroll requests City Council, requests City Manager, requests City Solicitor draft documentation required to amend the city charter to require candidates beginning with the municipal election in 2025 to be a citizen of the United States of America to be eligible to hold elected office in the city. Further requests said amendment include language requiring any candidate not born in or within the jurisdiction of the United States but has become a naturalized citizen by the time signature papers are due for that year's election submit naturalization papers or other legal documents as proof of citizenship to the city clerk's office and any other necessary office or department relative thereto. Failure to submit such authenticated documents shall make the candidate ineligible for local elected office in the city. Mary Ann Carroll, a lawyer in the city, safe to say not a resident of Worcester, Massachusetts. I would venture. But again, we should look her up tonight. Let's all look her up and
It's a
see what the
research
deal
project.
is. Yeah.
We're not doxing anything. It's a research project.
Just legal stuff. Doxing is such a frowned upon word, but we're only looking up legal.
Oh,
we're
and
only
she goes by
looking up-
McGinnis online.
Yeah, this is more what I mean. Let's try to find her posts. I want to see what kind of shit she's posted.
Shout out to Troubler who managed to get first 4 minutes before I even started the stream.
Troller taking no prisoners when it comes to getting first after getting scooped last week, I believe. Hi, Mokro. So yeah, we get a lot of shitheads around here. I know that on the post that was on Seven Hills Political Discourse, which all of us are blocked from, everyone.
I'm not.
Besides Travis, which you will be.
I mean, I am blocked.
I know the post that we saw, that was her post, I believe, about this item.
Yeah, that's how I
Bruce
found
Hoffner,
her.
our friend from New Hampshire. They were. Bruce Hoffner was talking a lot about this, so what a dickhead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Couldn't agree more. That's all.
Yeah,
He seems like a douche.
Yeah, he's a fucking asshole.
Is my internet bad? Is your internet bad? Thank you, Molly.
Hard to say. Aw. No, I'm just timid. I'm just a very timid boy. Change my setting. Let me know if I sound better now. Yeah, I switched to. I'm using my phone as my camera now. Because I couldn't stand to use my computer camera anymore. And
Thanks, Jess.
Maybe that's a small issue for my internet. And if it continues to be an issue, everyone keep me updated. Troubler resubscribed.
Oh, Troubler, you're the
for
best.
7 months. Troubler first. Did you guys? So I heard a story on a podcast about Diddy. All the terrible like things that have come out about him are causing a lot of people to look back. And he was very involved with comedy for a while. Like he was doing like Funny or Die stuff. He was on the Chris Gethard show. He was like
They had the Diddy door.
Exactly. So when he was filming some stuff for the Chris Gethard show, one of the writers on that show was talking about like the experience of having him there and how his handlers came in and were like, just so you know, like electronics, like they sometimes don't work around him. Like there's some, like it's a weird thing, like things glitch out around him. And they were at the time they're just like, oh, that's crazy, like that's because stuff started going wrong. Like they had a DVD that was supposed to play and it just like desynced by like 2 minutes for the entire time it played. And it was like this crazy thing. They were just like, oh, it's super. They were like joking that it was like supernatural or something like that. And then he was saying like, now looking back on it, he probably just wore a thing that like disrupted video signals so that people couldn't film him while they were around him. And it's, yeah, I mean,
I didn't even realize that was a thing.
It's I mean, it's yeah, it's just like an electromagnet essentially. Hey, Brandon.
That makes sense.
Welcome.
Yo, how are you?
We're talking about how Diddy wears video interrupting something on his body so that people
Like a portable EMP generator.
Yeah. Thoughts?
Am I back now? Okay.
Yeah. Did
I got nothing.
A device?
As soon as we said hello, I froze and you froze, and then I think we're better now. I was in the process of disconnecting my VPN, so that
There you
Yeah.
go. See this guy. He knows
Proton,
what's up.
yeah, it's StreamYard and Proton VPN don't work well together.
That is sorry, StreamYard. That is not an endorsement.
Yeah. Any word from Bill? Is he still alive? Safe?
So far, so it sounds like he is. I don't know. We're gonna have to see. He said that there was no rally out front when he got there. So we'll have to see. I mean, I'm imagining that there's a bunch of people that are gonna be inside.
Bill got on that bus, right?
I
We all agree Bill is going to get on that bus.
Oh, there's
Just
there's a
stow
video up
away.
there, huh?
I was too timid to click that.
It's a funny video. That's funny. That's funny. That's a good bit, Troubler. Everyone, I'm not gonna share it. Just go click on it. We won't put it up. It's
Deal.
for you to go look at.
Oh,
Have
sorry.
you tried Next DNS?
I used Next for a while, mostly for ad blocking. But I like Proton gives a little bit more features from an app perspective. It's a lot easier to switch locations and what have you. I mean, like half of the United States, you can't watch porn in anymore. So like you have to be able to switch your VPN location on the fly. Yeah.
Got a bunch of damn fascists in this country.
Kink shaming Brendan.
Yeah.
Just because he likes the really weird stuff.
I got to I'm starting to migrate all of my like email and whatnot over to Proton. It's been a slow process, but they've really done a good job fleshing out their services to be more in line with like what Google or Apple offer for cloud storage, calendaring, whatever type stuff. And yeah, the VPN just kind of made sense as a part of that.
I need to get a VPN.
Yeah.
Can't be being.
Yeah, I should probably get one of those too.
Can't be being tracked all the time. I'm playing Fortnite.
Yeah.
I found out that it's okay. It's okay to stream Fortnite again.
Phew.
SAG is like, go for it. The strike is still going on, so we should talk about it anytime that we're playing it.
Nice.
So if people don't know, voice actors in SAG-AFTRA are striking against the video game industry for unfair labor conditions and pay. So definitely go onto the SAG-AFTRA website to learn more about that and support them. But as of right now, they want people to be playing these games as a way to bring up awareness of the issue. So I guess I'll probably start playing 14 to 16 hours a day.
In support.
Yeah, now that I got my xenomorph skin.
Have you played with the chainsaw in Fortnite yet?
Yeah.
That's the first edition of Fortnite that actually has disturbed me a little bit. It's a little aggressive. I mean, I enjoy it. It's just, it's a little aggressive.
They added a chainsaw for Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I'm in support of it, you know? Let's not pretend we're like anymore. What we're doing is what we're doing.
It is a quality weapon. I will not take that away from anybody. Yeah, it's
you can slide around on the ground.
They used to be one of my favorite things to wield when I worked at the haunted house, because we would take the chain off of the chainsaw and just run at people, scare the bejeebus out of them.
I used to work at a haunted hayride, and there was at one point on the path there was an outhouse because it was a campground. There was an outhouse, and there had a big wooden door, and so we just hide inside of that and kick the door open right next to the hayride and come out with the chainsaw, and it's very satisfying to do that.
What was your go-to thing to yell?
I would just scream, like a really like disturbing scream.
I would yell at people, "I want your legs." It was just something that was really like very odd to hear. But I would say it easily 500 times a night.
Yeah. That's your thing. You got a leg thing. All right, what are we looking at here? We got Marco at the center table. Bill decided not to. That's too bad. I wish Bill. You know what we got to do? We got to get Bill to go down one of these nights and secretly stream from the center table, and then we can get them together to do a double flex on screen. But I'm gonna be honest with you, Marco looking fucking yoked right now.
He's
That's
even
why
pulling it in tight.
Yeah,
That's why all the fascists backed off. They saw Marco.
They
One
saw
look at
Marco.
Marco. Like, fuck this shit.
like, dude, this dude's ripped to shreds.
What do we need to talk about personal security about when we have Marco in the building?
Yeah, just have him turn on them.
Oh,
Excuse me,
speaking of
your 2
which,
minutes are up. Your 2 minutes are up. Full house as far as counselors tonight.
Was
There is.
Hey.
You made it.
I made it. I was just down at City Hall.
How did it go?
I was expecting just a few MAGA grotesques to show up that I could interview, because they advertised a big standout. Worcester Republican City Committee.
Here.
No one showed up.
Here.
I'm sorry,
Really?
GA.
Yeah, more evangelicals from
Mr. Ross
Warren
Paulson,
showed up
Mr.
to protest Ralph's Rock Diner than
Yeah.
Mr. Russell.
Worcester Republicans showing up to stand by their own order. So that's just
We
crazy.
have a proclamation.
Those
the council
psychos
thing has to
for
give. So
the
is
Ralph's
Ava
thing.
Ortiz back there? She can come on front if she'd like. Ava, come on in.
Disgusting. Those people are disgusting to me.
I know. That was really, just scoop of a lifetime for me to just be down there when all that was happening.
Yeah.
It's really crazy.
Yeah. It's lucky that you live there.
Yeah, right,
People,
right.
people
Yeah.
don't know. You live upstairs at our house.
Yeah. With the ghosts.
Proclamation first, okay.
Bill, did you ever
Ava
figure out
Ortiz.
how this order tonight even
Whereas
made it on the agenda?
Ava Ortiz, a sophomore.
Uh,
Worcester Academy has
So,
demonstrated outstanding dedication.
this is all
and
secondhand.
passion
I
for the
never
art of
bothered to really
capitalism.
nail it down. But apparently the clerk's office was like, at first, going, no, this isn't going to be on the agenda. And then the Worcester Republican City Committee threw a fit, and then it went back on the agenda.
Okay.
Will represent the United States in the city of Worcester in the upcoming international dance
So
organization.
common sense did not
World
prevail.
Tap Dance Championship in
Uh,
Czech Republic, an internationally recognized competition.
They probably
featuring
got
world's
nervous
top
that there's going to be a
tap
lawsuit or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they lose those shits like.
they love losing those.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much City Hall pastime.
Whereas Ava balances
Fucking
rigorous
lawyers asleep on
academic
the job.
commitments at Worcester Academy with a demanding schedule of competitive athlete, exemplifying perseverance. time
There's
management,
4
and
cops down
pursuit
there
of excellence in all
as
aspects
opposed to the
of
normal
life.
one. So they were expecting
Whereas the Worcester
something.
community is
Well, they
immensely
saw
proud of
they
Ava's
saw Marco
achievements
walk in. They're
and the
like, oh
positive
god,
representation she
this
brings
guy goes
to her
off for
school,
1 second.
her
we're
family,
gone.
and her city.
Yeah.
on
I
the
went down
world
there
stage.
expecting to
Now
combatively
therefore, I,
interview
Joseph
a few
Unfed,
weirdos, and
the
I
City
just
Council
talked to
of the
Oliver
City of
instead.
Worcester hereby proclaim the city's recognition
He's such
and
a nice
celebration of
dude.
Ava
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ortiz
he's such a nice
and
dude.
So
I
you-
talked to Oliver, and I
the
met
World Tap Dance Championship.
one of
Encourage
Vitel's
all
kids.
Worcester residents to
So
join and wishing
cool.
her continued success.
Hell yeah.
Congratulations.
So you,
That was
congen-
nice.
you congenially interviewed one weirdo, and then met Vitel's kid.
right.
Red Nathan solo standing.
Look at him. Also, homeless guy when I was over there, he goes, brother, you got $4? And I was like, nah. And he's like, you sure? I just want to get a fish sandwich, man. And I thought that was a pretty
I
good
would've-
pitch.
The
That
right
would
to-
have been
exchange.
a sell from me.
If I had $4, I would have given it to him.
Yeah.
I just didn't have any.
I just need a fish sandwich. Hell
Don't we all, brother?
yeah. A fish delight.
Anyone try the new Chicken Big Mac?
Yeah, it's really damn good.
Really? Fuck.
I like it. Yeah.
I was really hoping that you tell me it was awful and that I shouldn't bother.
You should probably DoorDash one to eat
Have a
during the
great time in
show.
Prague.
It's the new long boy.
It's the new long boy.
There's a resolution that the
Gio,
Council
I-
hereby recognize
I
Ava
ran
Ortiz
the
for
text
dedication
through
as a member
Google
of the
one
USA
time
Tap Dance competing in the
and
2024
didn't get any
International Dance Organization
repeats. So
World Tap Dance Championships.
that's about as much work as I put into it, but it doesn't look like it's coming from any outside policy organization. It's just
experience of a lifetime, bringing
some local
champions
dumbasses.
across the globe
God, it's so
to compete
dumb.
on the stage for the world to see.
Yeah, it's just like, it's not even
For rigorous
worth
academic
explaining
schedule
why
and
it's
demands
dumb.
of
Because it's
competitive
like,
games. David has demonstrated resilience and
it's,
passion.
first of all, you're just like morally,
Admiring
you're just
Olivia's
a
hard
monster.
work in the
for
pride she
putting it
brings to
on.
the city of Worcester.
But
Um,
secondly, like, that issue is
Thank you, Mr.
solved.
Chairman. Congratulations
You have to be a voter
on the
to
achievement of a
register
lifetime
for local elected
Right.
office. And in order to be a voter,
And
you
I just
have to
wanted
be a
to say a
citizen.
couple of things
So-
about your athletic prowess and your academics. And
Yes,
balance and
it's
all we know that that's
what would you call
a
it?
major part.
Fucking
of
dumb.
this, and we want to make sure that we acknowledge that. And
Just hard
so
R.
I jot down a couple of notes about athletics and the importance of engaging.
Well, I look
on,
forward to hearing Fred
and
pontificate on the matter
tackling
tonight.
parts
sure
of
that'll be
that, making
entertaining.
sure that you're
it'll be
able to
illuminating.
right? Improvisation, and that really speaks to.
So I
how
haven't
we move forward.
actually looked at the rest of the agenda
We're
yet.
looking forward to that.
Yeah, there's not a
continued example.
ton of stuff. There's a lot of
Thank you so much
returns
for
of issues,
representing us,
and
you know,
there's
we'll
leaf
be here
collection, so
when we
that
get
should
back.
be
Fuck. All right, we're gonna be here till midnight.
Those fucking trees.
Okay, next item up is approval of the minutes. Those in favor? Opposed?
Yeah, I had my cool microphone. I had my press pass. My
Public
press pass.
participation, in-person meeting.
I was all ready, dude. I was about to do some combative interviewing. I don't think I've shown the stream this microphone yet.
I'm not sure.
yeah, field mic.
We'll try to keep everybody to 2 minutes. We got
Here we
hour.
go. Fred,
So we'll go to
Check this
7:40 at
out.
the latest.
It's like I'm right on Fox News or
Give a
something.
Name, city residence, and the item number.
Got the OG logo,
or the
the
subject
Travis
matter.
logo.
Sure. Good
Oh,
afternoon.
what's
Good
this?
evening. My name is Mary Ann Carroll.
Ah.
Here she is.
No, this is city
Can-
residence.
Okay.
Can we turn this up a little bit?
Live in the city of Worcester.
Or is it-
Travis
is it
has
well
to step
balanced? I just
away.
Can't hear it.
And I'm here to speak
I'll
for
just be
agenda
quiet.
item 10I.
10I, let me just read that.
Oh, 10L, I'm sorry. 10L. As you know, we live in a country that is based on the rule of law. And I'm here tonight asking to help
Oh
your
my
help
God.
to ensure that the laws of our country and our state and our city are followed regarding candidates for election for elected office in the city of Worcester. Our city charter in section 21C for city council and in 41C for school committee state that any voter shall be eligible to hold office. A voter defined by the Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 51, Section 1, has to be a citizen. Citizens are voters in Massachusetts. No non-citizens can be voters in Massachusetts. And the 14th Amendment, Section 1, defines the word citizen as somebody who is born in the United States or has become naturalized. It says all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Because, according to the Secretary of State's office, when an individual registers to vote in Massachusetts, they must swear that they are a citizen of the United States under the pains and penalties of perjury, and provide identification supporting this claim. I'm here tonight as the chair of the Worcester Republican City Committee, asking this council to enact an ordinance requiring anyone who is going to run for elected office in the city to prove their citizenship when requesting their nomination papers. This is not a new concept. Employers in this city, including the City of Worcester, are required by federal law to complete an I-9 form with individuals who are offered employment. This form, which is produced by the Department of Homeland Security, is an employment eligibility
Definitely smells of
verification
sulfur.
form. Now, as city councilors,
Surrounded
I
by
know it
flies.
work. And though this isn't technically a job, you're an elected
Has sex
official,
hair,
you
actually,
still
which
work
is
very
awesome.
hard. And similar to employees' citizenship or eligibility to work being verified, so should our elected officials' citizenship be verified, especially because the laws of the United States of America, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and our city charter require all elected officials for the city of Worcester to be citizens. This is not a cumbersome extra step. This is just a simple showing the proper identification. It only excludes people who are excluded by law anyway. To be a citizen of the United States, you have the privilege to vote and you have the privilege to run for elected office.
You wrap up your comments. please.
Non-citizens are excluded from those privileges.
Thank you.
She did
Sure.
not. I mean, obviously she wouldn't
Does
because
your
this is
name
stupid
say
and
already?
she's stupid. But she didn't describe a way in which
My name is Manolo,
this was necessary.
and my grandmother
Nope.
is an immigrant.
She just called it an extra step without
who gives
explaining
the same rights
what makes it
as
extra.
any other American. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hell yeah, Manola. Hell yeah, Manola. That kid rocks.
Hi, my name is Nelly Medina. I'm in District 5, and I'm proudly represented by Atal Hajiai, Councilwoman. So the Fourth Amendment states, "No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens under the United States." I ask this committee that if we are subject to American laws and we are Americans, don't we also have the right to represent our communities and make laws and policies under which we are also governed? It is concerning to me that a sitting school committee member making decisions about our children's education in a city welcoming immigrant children into our schools is affiliated with this idea. As a Worcester public school parent who works directly with Worcester's immigrant communities, I understand that a proposal such as attempting to exclude legal residents from the same rights as any other tax-paying American could figure more prominently into the local Republican hate-fueled agenda targeting Worcester public schools and immigrant students. Will Kathy Roy, donor member and former chair of the Worcester Republican Party, endorse this incendiary proposal? Has she publicly denounced this? I request an inquiry into whether Republican Kathy Roy, a sitting school committee member, publicly supports this item. And I want to remind everyone, especially those who put this petition together, that the second most illegal immigrant in Massachusetts are from Ireland. Thank you.
Hey now.
Right? She's 100% right.
I am
Yeah,
Edgar
yeah.
Montero, President of Worcester, member of the City Council. I am a naturalized citizen, like many others in this community. And I made a conscious decision to come to this country, embraces its value, and work tireless to become a citizen. It was a long and difficult
Yeah,
process. Full
so is
of
Donna
personal
Colorio.
sacrifice, but I did it because I believe in the
Anyone
power
who's a
of
Republican in Worcester is
democracy.
complicit.
And I believe in the promise that United States offers. This with hard work, dedication, and love.
Is
for our
Benyenda a
community,
Republican on paper?
anyone can make a difference. This proposed
No, right?
amendment is a barrier.
What
that
is she on
tells the
paper?
immigrants, you
I
are no
thought she was a
one of
Democrat on paper. I
us.
could be wrong though. I
No
should look
matter
it up.
Yeah.
how long you be living here, no matter how much you are contributed, it's destroyed the very principle of equality and fairness that our city and this country stand for. I understand the importance of ensuring that the candidate for public office meet legal requirements. One of these requirements is to be a registered voter, and to be a registered voter, we must be a citizen. To apply for citizenship, we be going through rigorous screening, passes tests on United States history, and government, and swore an oath to hold the Constitution. What else must we need to do to prove we are belong? It beat many of the United States born citizens could even pass the test required by our government. This amendment would disproportionately affect immigrants, many of whom are already underrepresented in government, such as my fellow Dominicans and Latino community. It's undercut the very diversity that makes us our city strong. We are a city of immigrants, and our leadership should reflect that diversity. By putting out more variable, you are excluding valuable voice that could help shape our city for the better. Like I say before, together we can be better. Insist to you to reconsider this statement, this amendment, instead of creating division. Let's work together to ensure that our elections are open, fair, and accessible to all citizens, whether they were born here
just
or
love
came
that
here
Teddy,
later on life.
like nailed her at 2
Naturalized
minutes.
citizens
And
like me
this guy's
love
at,
this
like,
country
3.
and this city.
Those
We have
guys are like-
improved our
Just let him keep
community
going.
time and time again.
Can you
We
wrap
deserve the same opportunity and fair shot, just like anyone else
Can
you
who's
wrap
in
up?
our community.
Shout out
I
the
ask
show.
City Council to reject this amendment and
Yeah,
uphold
Big
the
Brother.
values
Oh
of
yeah.
inclusivity,
Say just say
equality, and fairness. Thank
just
you.
say WCT 3000. Resident of Worcester, WCT 3000.
Just put in
Or
your
say
address.
local 69. Say resident of Worcester,
I'm sorry.
local 69.
What's your name and city residence?
Yeah, Robert Water, Worcester. Was just here to
There he is.
speak out.
The
I
guy.
guess this petition, I think it's really just doesn't make sense. If you are a registered voter, you have to be a citizen. So you already have enough proof right there. This is really an attack on folks that have come here and that are trying to build a life just like every single other American citizen. This is really an erosion of, we need to speak out against anything that might erode people's ability to participate freely in the democratic process. I think you start doing things like this.
Whoa, Maine South Mom is raising an important question.
Yeah, I clocked that he wasn't first before,
Where does it stop?
but didn't think much of it.
That's not what these are not the
I figured
values
maybe
that
he was letting
everyone
one
in this
person go
room,
up first because it was her
has.
item.
These are not the
But
values that
this
the
is
city
pretty unprecedented for our show.
Yeah. No, he's definitely there.
is in agreement.
Yeah,
I
we
saw
saw
him.
him.
Yeah.
Good call like it is. It's a dumb.
Big brother, you know what to
Alright.
do.
Big brother.
Say you're
I said you have to be a citizen to be a registered.
Resident
say
of
you're a
Worcester.
member of Worcester Commenters Union, Local 69.
Yes, yes.
12E, Councilor Bergman's order.
We will be
supporting bill,
forever indebted to you.
2963.
Name,
Bill and hope-
address, Worcester Commenters Union, Local 69.
We love you,
Hi,
Rob.
my name is Mary Saxted, a resident of Worcester. I wish to address agenda item 10L, the self-titled Fairness and Representation petition. I want to point out that the proposal fails to identify any unfairness that exists.
All right, let's keep a count here. So far, one
members of which are not
in
identified by
favor.
name in
How
the
many
petition
opposed?
or on their website.
1,
Are
2,
requesting city council update
3,
election
4,
requirements
5 so far.
regarding eligibility for elected office. They want all
I
candidates
think.
for office to be born in America or prove their citizenship prior to running for office in Worcester. As we know, Worcester is a majority minority city, and all Worcester voices deserve the chance to be represented on
It
our
would be
city council.
so sick.
A person does not need to be a citizen in Worcester to
I
rent
wrote
or own
Big Brother
property,
and it came
pay
up with
city
that
taxes,
emoji.
or support local businesses.
Really?
You don't need to be a citizen to work in Worcester.
Is it just
So
like,
how is it
Big
fair
Brother?
to require citizenship to represent?
Who is that? Is that Rick Cipro?
It looks like Rick
xenophobic,
Cipro.
racist,
I can't-
and
computer
misogynist
idiots.
nature of
Do
this
we have a
petition
Cipro
screams out.
emoji?
It is a manifestation
Oh,
of the
okay, all right,
hate-based
all right, it's
platform of
global.
the Republican Party at all levels.
Who is that?
Trying to ooze into the fabric
Apparently,
of
it's a
Worcester.
Twitch thing.
Worcester, city manager's strategic planning.
Still
webpage
have never
Mm.
watched
has identified
another
our
Twitch
city's
program
vision as
besides
to be
this
the
one.
best managed city in the country and create a thriving community where opportunity is available to everyone, regardless of their background or situation in life. Please note, it does not say available to every Worcester U.S. citizen. So how is this proposed change fair? The city manager's strategic planning webpage goes on to identify its values, one of which is to be resident-focused and starting.
Yeah, I've heard
with the need of
Hassan on
residents to
podcasts before.
inform
He's funny.
Worcester's priorities. This value refers to the needs of residents to inform Worcester's priorities, not Worcester's U.S.
It's very
citizen.
funny that he
So
became
I
a
ask
millionaire
again,
doing
how
that
is
stuff.
it fair to require citizenship to represent the people of
Can rack
Worcester?
it up once you get up there.
My request
Numbers.
is that Worcester City Council reject this anti-immigrant petition.
That's so
and
awesome.
reject the Republican Party to attempt to infect the city of Worcester with their hatred.
I wish we had a
Without even
camera
having the
on her
courage to identify themselves
Right.
the
by
entire
name
time.
in the petition or on their website.
Can
How
you wrap,
will you know
can you wrap up the
this
comments,
request
please?
is being submitted by
Thank-
Worcester residents?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh, there she is.
That's a really good point. Is she a Worcester resident that
Name, city
submitted this
residence, item
request?
number?
Good evening, everyone.
Yeah,
My name is
actually,
John
her name's on
Roberts.
it, though.
I live in
Um,
Worcester, District 3.
But
That was-
there's no
I am
process.
the secretary of the Worcester
Oh,
Republican
yeah,
City
true.
Committee.
Oh yeah, this guy
I'm
wearing a
speaking
fucking
to
Wear
you
Town
tonight
sweatshirt
to address
going
item
in to support the
10L.
item.
Yes.
Speaking in my capacity as an individual, not as an official rep of the Worcester Republican City Committee. I'd like to clear the air regarding this agenda item. This is not anti-immigrant. The purpose of
Shut
this item, as I understand it, an individual, is to ensure
Sure, that has
that
nothing to do
only
with it.
citizens are allowed to spend the money that the city raises. That is basically the gist of my statement. There was one other part I wanted to add. I feel it is xenophobic. Oh, poor choice of words. I feel it is disingenuous to allow non-citizens to spend the city of Worcester's money. Thank you for your time. I yield the remainder of my time.
Oh my
Oh,
fucking
Next,
God.
Look
What
at
a-
her.
what a dipshit.
we're going to try to get through everybody, so let's give everybody the respect. And so we
I
get through- everybody
cannot
has a
wait.
chance to speak.
My name is Adam Thilker. I am from the city of Worcester. And when we address the city council.
Oh, he's wearing the
I'm
Wormtown
addressing it
sweatshirt. That's
through
the
chair,
best.
So
Yeah.
I'm speaking to you, Mayor
Yeah.
Petty. What we are seeing here is a completely unnecessary petition. It is already against the law.
George, she
Anybody
goes,
to hold
I think it's
office
a little bit
without
xenophobic.
being
Oh,
a citizen.
poor choice of words.
Therefore, we have to ask,
Disingenuous
why
to say
is
that
it
this
being
is an
done?
anti-immigrant
This is
petition.
being done in order to finger
He's just so used to saying that
Immigrants.
things are,
people who have in many cases
Anti-
fled from regimes where the words
When they're
"papers,
actually not.
please"
as a Republican.
was enough to make your blood run cold, who came to the United States and became Americans because they loved the freedom that they had not to be identified in this sort of way. Now, this sort of thing, which we're seeing, used to be a splinter sort of a point of view. Now it is the policy of the National Republican Party from the head on down to attack immigrants with lies, with slurs, and with general threats of violence in some cases. And I hate to see this sort of stuff coming to our city, especially because, as has been pointed out, this is a majority immigrant city. Now, we need to do more than just reject this petition. We need to stop this entire thing. How many people who are citizens in this room could readily show papers showing that they were citizens? Are we all supposed to carry around IDs from now on so that some shadows can stop
Like
us
they're
in
nodding their heads in
street
the
and
background.
grab us if our papers don't match?
Where are your
What is
papers?
this? Enough.
Two names to your residence.
Mr. Mayor, Mark Nilsson, pastor of Salem Covenant Church here in Worcester and president of Worcester Interfaith. I stand here with Aaron Payson, who is the pastor of the Unitarian Universalist Church of Worcester. I speak in opposition to
Yeah,
the
you caught that
amendment of
too,
the city charter.
Epic. She
This
did.
is actually my third time living in Worcester. I lived here in the 1970s, briefly 84 or 85, and now since 2015. And I've always been wonderfully surprised at how forward-looking Worcester has been.
We have to make sure that somebody is clipping her and grabbing every bizarro face that she makes.
Taken and reading
Oh
the
yeah,
beautiful
I'm making
murals in the
timestamps here.
courthouse. It was there that I learned that Worcester has been at the forefront of social and legal firsts. Two Worcester barbers were the first African Americans to serve on the U.S. jury in 1860. And the local abolitionist newspaper hailed this as an encouraging sign of the times. You supported
I
women's
mean, it's
rights,
clearly
the
what it
first
is,
female
but
district
like,
attorney in 1927.
if you
the first
ignore it,
female judge in
then
Massachusetts.
then
in
they take that as a
1930.
win.
These are all things
Anyway,
to be
so,
extremely proud
like,
of. This proposed amendment, I
the
see
only
It's
people,
good. I
the-
think
the
it's
only
good.
encouraging sign
Yeah.
of the times.
I think it's good to
by
show just how
targeting,
many people
intimidating, and
resent and
discouraging
loathe
any
them.
persons of immigrant descent.
Yeah, I mean,
I've always been proud
clearly
of
they knew it
Worcester's
wouldn't pass.
embracing of
They knew it doesn't hold
diversity.
up. That's not why they were
We've
doing
had
it.
the
They were
mayor to
trying
our
to get
church
people
for
to freak out.
celebrations
They were
congratulating
trying to show
Ghani
that
and
they're,
Liberian and
yeah.
Afghani
But what they don't
achievements in their
understand
new
is
home country. So I
everyone that's
respectfully urge
commenting to
the city
support them
council
on
to
the
vote
internet
no to the
doesn't
amending
fucking live in
parcel.
Worcester and doesn't help them electorally. So
Yeah, it didn't
they
show
still
up.
they still have to sign. They still have to hide in the shadows.
Idella Hazard, City of Worcester. We have enough oppression. I'm sick of it. What are they afraid of? Pretty soon they're going to want fingerprints when we go to vote. How do I prove I'm a citizen? And how do they decide who must prove they're a citizen? Who's going to vouch for me? Who's going to vouch for you? What
All
is
four of the
friggin' Germany?
people in screen right now are Republican
Are
city
they
committee
afraid
members.
that the
Yes.
too many minorities are voting and they might get another minority in office? What is behind all this? This is America. Let's wake up. Let's cut back on the oppression, not increase it. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kirsten Frazier, and I am a resident of Worcester. Tonight, I'm also addressing agenda item 10L, and to put it bluntly, this agenda item is garbage. It is unnecessary, and frankly, a blatant attempt to encourage and promote racism and xenophobia, while also attempting to get free advertising for a political party. I think we're all giving them that advertising, ironically, but I don't think it's going to necessarily be the kind of advertising they were hoping for. Certainly, it's not going to be positive for the most part. If the creator of this agenda item had done any research at all, they would realize that in order to run for any city office, you must be a registered voter, as we have heard. In order to be a registered voter, you must be a citizen, either through birth or naturalization. Registered voter and the word voter are listed on the page that tells you how to become a candidate for office 5 times in the first paragraph. I think it's pretty clear. Furthermore, comparing this to an I-9, that is very disingenuous. You don't have to be a voter and a U.S. citizen to get a job. You simply have to have the papers that show that you can legally work here. So that is a completely different issue. This is not, I mean, otherwise, why are we just looking for the papers of those who have been naturalized? So the requirements of this agenda item that naturalized citizens be required to show papers is just ridiculous. It reeks of fascism and authoritarianism, and it's just another way of trying to create
Wormtown is no
division
longer a
among the many
Worcester-owned
citizens
company,
of the
so
city who have come here,
I'm sure they
regardless of what century,
have no
in
comment.
order to create a better lives for themselves and their families. We have fought against this type of position several times before, and those who supported these policies lost badly. Finally, we are all immigrants to this country unless we are part of an indigenous nation. To treat newer immigrants this way is demeaning and a slap in the face to all of us. We should be celebrating our diversity and welcoming others, not behaving like small-minded bigots.
Can you wrap up your comment?
All faith organizations have a version of a golden rule. Treat each other the way you want to be treated. Let's follow that golden rule and send this ridiculous item back to the garbage heap where it belongs, please.
Yeah.
My name is Orakwe Kupoku Sarkodie, and I'm here with my dad, Mr. Kwame Sarkodie, who's been a resident of Worcester for the past 35 years. I was born in Ghana, but I was made in the USA. I'm a law-abiding citizen who has sworn an oath to defend the U.S. Constitution. I'm a family man, and my children all attend the Worcester public schools. I'm a homeowner and do pay taxes, even when I disagree with the high tax rates. This quote appears
Same.
Statue of Liberty's pedestal. Give me your poor, your tired, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. The wretched refuse of your teeming shores.
Is one of those ladies Colleen West?
Homeless, tempest tossed to me. I lift my lamp
No.
beside the golden dome. Like so many here, America gave us hope and a reason to achieve
No,
our
but
dreams.
they're
As a
friends with her.
second-generation
I've seen them
immigrant,
at
I earned my bachelor's degree from
things that I've yelled at
bachelor's
Colleen
and,
at.
master's degree from UMass
And they
Law.
do. They
I
often do
recently
this
earned
little
my juris
performance
doctorate
where
from Mass School of Law.
they
I
do
recently ran for the
trying to
mayorship of Worcester
childishly
about
mock
5
people.
years ago.
And
If I had not mentioned my name at first, one would have thought
doesn't
this is a
work.
classic
They
American
often
story.
end up
But why am I here? Because my
way more
citizenship
upset
is
than
being
the
questioned.
people they're
My
mocking.
love for this country and my commitment to the Constitution is being questioned. All
least when they
because
talk to me, that is.
I was foreign born. All because I proudly speak in a Ghanaian accent. This disparate treatment of Americans just because of where
Oh
they
my
were
God,
born
that
is
lady
not
rolled her
constitutional
eyes.
and a slippery
Holy
slope.
shit.
This bill is enough to intimidate legal citizens to stay out of the political circles. This bill essentially means that if you were born in another country, you cannot be loyal to America. How? Who thinks like that? How dare you question my citizenship because I speak in a different accent? Have you forgotten your grandparents were also foreign born? This
Colleen
is
walks
essentially a dog whistle, and
around,
foreign born
runs
citizens
around
do understand.
Burncoat all
We
the
are
time,
humans
and
like
every
your
time I drive by her, I
grandparents.
just toot
We
my
do
own
not
at
eat
her.
dogs. We shouldn't be penalized because of our country of birth. This is not the America that I hope to raise my kids in. So I plead with the Worcester City Council to just deny this and to oppose this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
May God continue to bless Worcester, Massachusetts.
Name, say your
Good
residence.
evening. My name is Holly Montero. I'm a citizen of the.
Yeah, there's
District
4
5 here in
cops on
Worcester.
tonight.
I stand before you in opposition to the proposed amendment to our city charter, which would require candidates for elected office to submit proof of U.S. citizen and for naturalized citizens to present their naturalization papers. I believe this proposal could have unintended consequences that run counter to the values of inclusion and democracy.
Pretty
First,
intended.
this amendment adds unnecessary barriers to the candidacy process. We have already systems in place at the state and federal levels to verify citizenship, and this additional requirement risks discouraging qualified, passionate individuals from seeking office, particularly those who have had the courage to become naturalized citizens. These naturalized citizens should be celebrated, not burdened with extra scrutiny. Second, this measure could foster division and discrimination, making naturalized citizens feel as though their commitment to this country is being questioned. We must be careful not to create policies that inadvertently send a message of exclusion to those who contribute so much to our community. I urge the council to consider this broader implications of this amendment and reject it in favor of a more inclusive approach to local governance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Holly, great job.
Hi, my name is Catherine Holmes. I live in Worcester. This is all great. All these people rock, and I'm all against 10L, but I'm here to talk about 10J. So sorry for bear with me. This is my first time at a council meeting, and I'm here to talk about parking at the library. I have a 4-year-old and a baby, and the library quickly became a reliable and important destination for us, as it does for many families in Worcester. We love it there. It was actually at a meeting at the library that I found out how to engage with the local government, and now I'm here. So according to the library's own mission statement, the Worcester Public Library serves as a gathering place that actively promotes the free exchange of ideas in our democratic society. In case you don't know, or you don't visit the library very often, the main branch of the library is the only library in Worcester that I'm aware of that has a fee for parking. But you'll find people there doing Zumba, yoga, learning English, taking citizenship classes, learning computer programming. They have just this month over 70 events and classes for kids in the month of October. It's an amazing place, and if you haven't been, you should go. The main branch of Worcester Public Library specifically plays a critical role in connecting city residents to information, resources, and to one another. All this is free, sort of. Just last month, I've paid $17 at the validated parking rate to park my car at the main branch. Essentially, it's a subscription service for a library that should be free. I support paying for parking in the city when I'm shopping, dining, and attending events downtown, but the library's already paid in part through our resident tax dollars. To add insult to injury, visitors are charged by the hour. So if you go over that hour mark by even a second, like I have many times trying to get a stroller and kids downstairs from the 3rd floor, you end up paying more money.
The library validates
You get
parking.
charged for another
Yeah, but
hour
it doesn't
that
make
you're
it
not
free.
even using, turning the visit
It's
to
only
the
like a
library
buck,
into
isn't
a
it?
frustrating experience. I was told by 3 different employees
don't
at the
know what the
library that
exact
people call and
number is,
complain
but-
about the parking situation all of the time, or else I probably would have just thought, oh, it's just me, and not come today. But it makes sense. Car ownership is increasing every year among lower income residents because driving is a necessity for economic mobility. The average age of a car owned in Massachusetts, like mine, is over 10 years old. So it would be expected that there are many residents in Worcester who fall into a cross-section of people who would likely benefit from the services offered by the main branch of the library, but who are price sensitive to fees to park. Unsurprisingly, it seems to be the universal sentiment that when I talk to people about this, they just feel that it's wrong to have to pay for parking at a public library. More importantly, for the city is that the downstream effects of charging for a public service hinders the Worcester Public Library's potential reach and impact. With countless other ways for people to spend their time these days, any barriers, no matter how seemingly harmless or necessary it seems in the short term, ultimately turns people off and turns them away. Worcester Public Library cannot count itself as a leader in inclusivity and accessibility while this barrier remains in effect.
Where are you,
There
Joe?
must be a more equitable solution. Thank you.
Thank you.
They're trying to score points by clapping for.
Good evening. My name's Dominic
for that.
Calciero. I am a new Worcester resident in the last few months. And I want to thank everybody on the other side of the bar because I was a city councilman in Albany for 12 years. So I appreciate you sitting there and
Nice.
listening to us.
Fuck off back to New York,
citizens,
pal.
with our comments. First of all, I also am opposed to 10L. I did come
Get in
to
here, you big
to
lug.
support my daughter about the library and the parking fees. I noticed that it may not seem, well, I'll read my thing, it's easier that way. I second my daughter's comments regarding the charging of a fee to park when visiting the Worcester Public Library. In my mind, it is an equity issue. Many people who live in the city are economically challenged, unread burden, which means most people understand paying more than 30% of their.
All right, we got to get this guy to run for council.
Or even
He's a slam dunk. He's a slam dunk.
I live on Fremont Street. There's been at least 3 people since I lived there since July that have been living out of their cars, and then they have to. The police move them on after a few weeks.
That's also my understanding.
The cost of rent, groceries.
Yeah,
even with
I think
SNAP
that's why
benefits,
this is coming here.
preclude many individuals and families from affording in-home Wi-Fi, thus blocking their financial ability to access a modern-day necessity, no longer a luxury. the
Troubler.
internet.
I don't even think their
People
kids
facing
talk to them.
financial challenges depend on the library for computer and internet access to do things such as search for job
But that lady has such a nice
job
barrette in her hair.
applications, write
Tell you
resumes,
what,
file college
that guy in the
applications,
green,
search for
he
more
can scratch a
affordable
scratch
housing
off.
options.
That guy can scratch a scratch off. He does them. He does them right at the counter too. Like with people waiting, he'll do them right at the fucking counter.
And after-school programs.
The guy knows how to scratch a
The
scratch off.
parking fee, though it may seem minimal to many of us, it is a financial impediment for those who most need the services and programs offered by the Worcester Public Library. And now that the city has hired a chief equity officer, and in order and
Scratchy.
the drive for a more equitable Worcester, perhaps he can take the lead on finding ways to eliminate parking fees for library patrons.
You kidding me? This is our new mayor, Travis. Don't touch him.
Just showing. I don't know. It's a habit I gotten into.
Lisan Al Gaib.
Thank you. Thank you.
Lisan Al Gaib.
What's your name, say your residence?
Good evening, councilors. My name is Eliza Levine. I live in Worcester in District 1. I'm here also
Yeah,
to
Dio,
speak
bingo.
in opposition to 10L. As many people have already said, it's already the requirement that citizens
2 to 13 so far.
I make people prove it. I was explaining
It's
it
funny
to my
too that
5-year-old on the way over.
like
and he said, "That's
of the
not
5
kind.
people we can see on
It's not
camera that
kind.
are
The
ostensibly there to
5-year-old can
support
understand
it,
I'm a
3 of
public
them
school
did not
parent
get up to
with
speak.
Classmates
Yeah.
who maybe go on to become citizens. Why impose this additional barrier? It says you're not welcome here. We don't want you making decisions for our city. That's not the city that I'm proud to be a part of. Sometimes we wish we could keep our Worcester problems just to Worcester, but unfortunately, the history of the ideas behind this petition has a long and painful history. Former President Donald Trump popularized this birtherism when he asked President Obama, "Show me your papers." I wish we could say that this isn't about Worcester, but it's not bringing national issues and those kinds of ideologies into our community and in front of this body. So I trust this body to make a decision to say that kind of what used to be fringe and is now much more mainstream ideology has no place in this city. That's not what we're teaching our children. It is unkind. It is unnecessary. It should be rejected.
My God, that look that she just gave.
Incredible.
That's not what we're teaching our children. She's like, yeah, teaching them how to be.
There's the guy.
What's your name, your residence?
Matthew No, resident of Worcester, District 2. I want to note 3 of the petition items. So I want to speak in support of 10J, the library parking. That maybe is something for the Parking and Transportation Office to investigate, because that lot is actually not owned by the library or managed by the library. So that would be where that should probably go. I know it causes stress for the staff at the library to have to deal with these parking issues all the time as well. 10K is another questionable petition that no one has really spoken on yet, suggesting that the colleges should be informed that the city will no longer provide police or fire service to the colleges, which is just kind of outrageous on the face of it. For a number of reasons. Most colleges already have their own police department. For one, that's already a thing, for better or worse. And two, it's in the city's best interest to have the fire department respond wherever there's a fire. Most of our colleges are kind of in neighborhoods, so that could spread pretty quickly. It seems like another attempt at like punishing colleges in the city in response to some of the other conversations we've been having.
Michael Grandone.
And then of course 10L, correct? Yeah. It just seems
Such an insane thing to have to say out
loud. Barrier for people to run for public office. Voting.
Fire
you
bad.
have to be a registered voter, as everyone has said over and over. So it kind of feels like this is a wedge attack nationally on the idea that voter registration is not secure, that voting is tampered with, and it's not. We've got all kinds of propaganda going on.
Oh, yes, it is.
I love that. I love that. That smug,
like,
like
if this
I love
was
smug
an
wrongness.
petition, I would imagine
Like,
it
the
would
fuck do
request
you
my
know,
birth
lady?
certificate alongside anyone else's naturalization papers, because you can't just guess where I'm from, right? I mean, you might be able to, but that's worse. That makes
You're
it
from
a
Worcester,
problem.
but you've already said that.
So I'm asking for council to vote
He's
this
from
down
Kentucky.
and maybe investigate how
We gotta check his papers.
clearly unconstitutional orders make it on the agenda in the first place. Because despite some of the earlier commentary, the 14th Amendment actually precludes this from
Thank you.
being
Appreciate
allowed.
it.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Wow.
Hi, my name is Sheila Brenner and I live in Worcester. I came to support the majority of the people here about 10L. I didn't prepare anything, so this probably won't make any sense, but it makes no sense to me, as people have said much more cogently, to
Good
require
word.
people to prove their citizenship. We live in a
Brought us
time
back.
where the Republican Party seems to want everyone divided. And we are members of Worcester Friends Meeting, Quakers, who believe
Quakers.
in community and equality. We believe that we all love the city of Worcester. I come from the city of Chicago, the city of big shoulders, which is a city of immigrants. And I was happy to recognize the same situation here in Worcester, where you can hear different languages being spoken on the street. My children can be exposed to different cultures, different foods. We all live in this together, and this is a hateful statement that doesn't represent the citizens of Worcester. And I also want to support the library one, because I pray for that 5-minute space, that 1 5-minute space every time I go to the library. I have homeschooled my children. I have used libraries in Chicago, Lexington, Kentucky, Fort Collins, Colorado, and here in Worcester. And this is the only place that charges at the library. Thank you.
Thank you. What's your name and city of residence?
I'm Tom Brenner from Worcester. I just want to make a briefly.
Imagine he's for it.
I was thinking the same thing, Bill.
That'd be awesome.
I hate to classify it as a Republican thing, but is is a
It is.
measure
It's
that is
explicitly from the
certain-
Republican City
with
Committee.
no value
They
at
put
all,
themselves in
has
it.
No chance in hell of passing, and is designed merely to insert chaos and confusion into the process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for keeping us succinct. Hi, John.
John.
I'm here in opposition to 10L as well, and I'm going to just take a different approach to this. Throughout the last couple of years, the city clerk has rejected multiple items from citizens of the city of Worcester for much less spurious grounds than this one. This order on its face is unconstitutional in two different ways.
Kind of pair
Both
a
the Fourth
passive
and
resemblance.
14th Amendment creates a dual set for citizenship requirements. It shouldn't be on there. But we know, as people who've lived in Worcester a long
Batista the
time,
wrestler.
the city manager very much sets the agenda for the city council
Oh.
meeting. Why would this make it through when we've rejected so many petitions from
If we're talking
other
wrestlers, he
people
looks
who
like
live here in the
Hacksaw.
city? Doesn't make sense unless you're afraid of a lawsuit. So if you're afraid of a lawsuit, and that's the reason why it's on here, then everybody else, including myself, who have had a rejected petition, I guess we should all sue too, and then you'll put ours back on.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense that it was allowed on. And so I ask that both City Solicitor Mike Trainer and City Clerk Nico Vangelli, that you resign.
Whoa. That's a bit
I
much.
mean, we're this is a Nico Stan podcast, but we love a bold statement.
I love a bold statement.
Love a bold statement, and also City Solicitor resign and leave town.
I mean, the lawyer,
Tom
no love
Reno,
lost.
newly of Worcester again.
Again?
I've worked here forever, however.
Oh, thanks for clarifying.
Well, it was going to be a short meeting, and then this. I was reading the agenda, and I got there and went, oh, it's not going to be short. Plainly violates the 14th Amendment, creates different classes of citizens, which we don't do, since slavery. And probably
How do we get these people kicked out of the gallery because they're sit there and
discrimination
Let them
for
shame
it's ridiculous,
themselves.
shouldn't be on the agenda. This isn't the first time, though, an unlawful order got on the agenda. We had one in June when two councilors proposed an order that they have, in part, have public hearings for road design review, which is not a power this council has. You have 4 instances where you can have public hearings specifically delegated in the charter. So weird. But yet, as my friend John mentioned, in May, we had a wrongful termination case that was like molded into being able to prevent speech from happening. It's very convoluted and not very clear.
Just cast a spell.
For keeping orders off the agenda. And
Matt,
this is something- it's very
elaborate, please, if you
and
can.
I don't. The people that serve in this body don't seem to understand the office of the city solicitor.
I mean, like the 3 old ladies and the
executive
weird guy
branch
who hasn't found a limit to the amount of sugar he can put in his dunks.
Massachusetts and by our
Yeah.
charter have
I mean, it's
branches
kind of
of
clear on camera, but if there's something that is,
Did they say
if they're
anything
saying-
specific?
all of you
right, that's right, Matt. If they're saying
continue
anything.
to just endlessly cede your responsibility, cede your power, cede your rights to the administration. The case that they actually cited, the wrongful termination case, says that you can be fired as a municipal employee if you speak in your area which you work against administration policy. Against the
I had a
policy
mouthful of nuts, so I didn't want to say. I'm not judging his hand talking. As a fellow hand talker, I'm right there with it. It was just very grandiose.
That was wild.
Against the
That's
city
nuts.
manager, he can be fired. So he's not going to do that. So it really irritates me that we can't get the concept of basic American civics that is taught in like the 8th grade, separate, co-equal branches of government.
Thank you.
Just
Dear
simply
Rep, with your
don't
comments.
do that. And so I would hope somebody will get up at the end of the meeting during suspension and propose that to take the first step, that this council hires its own attorney.
Right. That's why we did this.
I mean, the executive office of the
Thank you.
city
Can you wrap
manager
with the
has a
comments,
budget
Tom?
117%
Thank
larger
you. We have
than
more.
this
I'm gonna be,
council.
I
You
don't
can
want to
spend
close
some
the
money.
meeting up without giving people a chance to speak.
Good evening. My name is Ruth Rodriguez. I'm a retired teacher. I want to share with you.
Yeah, Matt, we can hear them whispering, but that's not coming through on the mic.
Right.
When
We
the
just see
US
their
went into
mugging
World War,
essentially.
They gave
The for and against count, we're at 2 in favor, 18 opposed.
citizenship to Puerto
And now
Rico
19
so
with
that
Ruth.
they can serve on your war. Citizenship without representation because Puerto Ricans cannot vote for the president in Puerto Rico, okay? And since then, Puerto Ricans have
The hell are you nodding for,
fought
lady?
in every single war that the U.S. has had, Korea, every single war. And how does this country treat Puerto Ricans? Let me just tell you, while I was doing my master review, part of the program, we had to work with the English language learner.
Oh, yeah.
That was the year that Boston had the whole racial disparity, and the school committee in Boston.
The woman who
passed a
put this
law
forward, is she an
that
attorney in private
families and
practice, or
only
does
the
she
children in the public
work for
school
a
had
firm?
to show proof of citizenship.
No, her job is tiki drinks, and she commutes to the Hampton Beach Ballroom and Casino.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
There were
just tiki drinks.
How the hell do I get a job like that?
none
No,
of the white
she's
families were
an
asked.
actual working
When it
attorney. I don't know
came
what firm
outside,
it's for,
she was very adamant. And I said,
which
oh,
is
so you
worse.
have the Irish
If
Italian
she was
who are
not
not
if she was not
citizens,
around people,
but
then
you're
I would
asking
care less.
Puerto Ricans who are citizens. This is what is going on in this country, okay? And when we have a racist former president who said he didn't want any more immigrants for black whole country, he wants them from Europe.
Can you wrap it?
If you go to the border with Canada and the U.S., you see
Thank you, Ruth.
white Canadians can cross over with no problem.
Thank you.
And they never talk about building a wall between Canada and
Thank you.
I'm sure Canada talks about it.
Yeah.
Shit, I would if I was Canadian.
They're sick of it.
Dominica?
My name is Dominica Perone, and I am a resident of District 2, and I'm here speaking to 10L today in opposition. I am also an Ecuadorian immigrant from Guayaquil, Ecuador, who immigrated to the United States when I was 2, after my father passed away. In 3rd grade, I became a citizen of the U.S. after my mother worked for years to overcome the financial and systemic barriers our society has built up against immigrants.
I know the one in the purple windbreaker is the worst, but the one in the black turtleneck on the left here is pretty appalling as well.
Oh, she's, yeah, low-key the worst.
She's just making this pinched, like, face
As
of
I got
disgust.
older, my passion persisted. I did 2 federal AmeriCorps programs. These early lessons I learned in service have shaped my career path. The way I build relationships with
Her haircut
community,
is
the
the
way I see
boy that
myself
likes
as a public
fruit
servant
and
committed to
cream.
doing my
No,
part in working towards social justice and equity for
Berries
my
and cream?
berries and cream. Thank
I
you,
have
Brian.
always loved the people,
The berries and
this
cream
country,
haircut.
the life and opportunities I've experienced here,
She's a
the
little boy who loves
communities I've
berries and
become a
cream?
part of, and the villages that have raised me to be who I am today. And as James Baldwin said, I love America more than any other country in the world. And exactly for this reason, I insist on the right to criticize her perpetually. Last year, I ran for city council, and I earned the votes of over
Such a sick Baldwin
6,000
quote.
City of Worcester residents. I knocked on thousands of doors and engaged in conversations with members of our community from all parts of the city. Sometimes people would look at my palm card and note that I was an immigrant, and they would tell me immigrants are ruining this country. When I asked why and how, they never came up with a good answer, just unwarranted hatred that has no truth behind it. I feel sorry for those that hold this hatred. I know they are just lonely, unhappy, and have never felt the love, pride, and sense of belonging that our immigrant communities share. And to those that say, yes, but you're different, you're not like the immigrants we see on TV or those talked about in the news, I say you're wrong. I'm exactly like those immigrants. We work hard, we take care of our families, and we want to leave this world a better place
Are we
than
getting
those
IHOP
before
ads?
us. We believe in justice. We are resilient, and we serve as role models for our community.
We can't
We
really
deserve
tell
to
what
be here.
ads
This
roll
is
and when
against
they
the
roll,
14th
so
Amendment,
feel
a
free to
waste
let
of
us
time,
know so
and
we
I
can
hope that my
track it.
city councilors
Yeah.
denounce this openly
Thank you.
and publicly.
Hi, good evening. My name's Noah. I'm a resident of Worcester in District 2. First, I want to say I support the agenda item for free parking at the library. It's crazy that my tax dollars fund the library and I pay to park there. But the main thing I wanted to talk about was opposing 10L. I think a lot's already been said about how unconstitutional the language of the petition itself is, so I won't continue on that. But as somebody who lives in Worcester and has been paying attention,
I want to own that
politics
he
for a
came in
while,
with
I
a
thought
weird
it was very
energy, and I wasn't
surprising
sure
that
which way
something
he
so
was going.
blatantly unconstitutional would
I was going to
this
say
way.
that too.
When I've heard councilors and
Happy that
city
he's going this way.
councils say that
Yeah, same.
other items won't get discussed on the council floor because someone decided they're unconstitutional in the past. I'm thinking about the debate about the crisis pregnancy centers, for example, which we now have billboards on the highway warning people about the crisis pregnancy centers that state officials had to come put in because our city didn't take that step to protect us. I think that what actually motivates this is not about the Constitution. I think that's something Republicans say to defend these types of racist petitions. I think what it's really about is about something that was brought up on the by city councilors during the debate about ADUs. Some people don't want to see their neighborhood makeup change and look different. And that's racism and that's xenophobia, and that's what's the impetus behind this petition. So the people who feel that way and that their actions are motivated by that fear, I would just say, stay mad, because Worcester is going to continue to be an immigrant city, and the immigrants are not going to be leaving because of a petition like this. And to the immigrant community and the people who are lucky enough to call them friends and comrades like myself, I would hope that you don't get discouraged by seeing things like this. You see it and take it for what it is. It's fear from people who don't want immigrants and people who don't look like them having power in the city. And I hope it motivates us to continue pushing for change. And
Stay mad. It's so cool.
The entire city
Yeah.
council takes
I
it
love
seriously and recognizes the unconstitutionality of it. Thank you.
Basically 2 minutes. Uh-oh.
Good evening, Jack Peacock, City of Worcester. How many here want to hear another recitation of the 14th Amendment? Didn't think so. Let me summarize what I've heard today then by just saying simply, ibid, opposite, ditto. I'm not going to waste your time with rehashing the same things.
Oh, shut the
I'm
fuck
gonna
up.
offer A little bit of personal observation. I arrived here in Worcester about 10 years ago.
City of
found
Worcester,
the
Miss
city
Sir.
to be warm and welcoming. And now, face to face, we're left with somebody anonymously putting in a petition.
It wasn't anonymous.
She's a fucking
hate
idiot.
And discrimination.
Yeah.
What happened?
Pretend you're at a hardcore show.
Why are we
Work the
wasting
wall.
time and resources discussing something that has been previously announced, doesn't stand a chance in hell of passing? Why are we wasting our time looking at things that take us backwards? If the opposition, if that's what they are, doesn't have something productive, progressive, something to offer to solve challenges rather, give us their solution, then they're not offering anything of value. Why are they doing what they're doing? I'm in opposition to 10L. I hope everybody else is also.
Okay, it was kind of hard to tell, but I appreciate it. Oh, this is
My name is Darren Capriani. I'm 12 years old, and I'm here to say that no person should have to prove that they are a citizen to make a difference to this world. My mom is a Telehide GI, and I can say, as somebody who has seen her through her best and worst years, she's the strongest person in the world. Not just as a city councilor, but as a mother. There's never been a day that goes by without her doing something to
I get that
help
T-shirt.
this city,
We love
and
to
not
see it.
once has her being an immigrant made a negative impact on her work. I don't care who you are or where you're from, immigrant or not, we're all the same.
This
and we're
shit's
all
giving me
human.
goosebumps,
I may
dude.
be young, but I'm also sensible enough to say that you don't have to show a piece of paper to do what you love. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good comment.
Smart kid.
Hello, my name is Nonzono. I live on
Yeah, it was a Tels
Coast
kid.
District.
He's a good kid.
That's what I meant today.
Sir,
I own a
sir,
business.
can you direct your comments to me, please?
Come again?
Direct your comments to the chair.
Oh, I'm just saying where I live and what
Yeah.
I live on this council. I own a business agenda, I also own a business on the other side agenda.
He's still dividing it, everybody. That's awesome.
Basically, I just kind of have a few things because first of all, for you to register to vote, you must be a U.S. citizen, a resident of Mass, 18 years of age, and shouldn't be incarcerated on felony or any of those. That's what it says.
You have to be
Second
castrated?
one, coming to Worcester
Can't be
to hold
incarcerated.
I know, I was kidding.
Oh, okay.
to
I
be
Is that what it said on
voluntarily
the?
did that.
large, you must be registered to vote. So that means you've gone through a process. I think so. But maybe you all could educate me. I'm also a US citizen, in case if you're wondering. I do have an asset. Then question I'm asking on all this is now they say, why is it only naturalized citizen? So I have an asset. How do you know if I'm naturalized or if I mean, why do I have to present that I'm a citizen? Why someone else that looks like someone else doesn't? A lot of folks would say, oh, but it doesn't matter. If you are a citizen, you could just easily show your, but why should you use stereotype? Why should you even ask me the question? I told you I am. Then the reason why I'm saying all this is now I have a question. So come during the election, like mayor.
What are this
come
dude's
to African
businesses?
churches and ask
I don't
for
know.
votes.
I didn't catch his
So
name.
Most of you can. So you're gonna explain this to us? I need to understand that. Then
Because if I have
another
business
thing,
there, I'm
because
going to
now-
support him. Because I like the cut of his jib.
Who said? Most of you have to publicly say your stand. That's where we are now, 2024. You have to publicly stay where you are. You don't just let it die. And that's
Thank
all
you.
I need to say.
Thank you.
My name is Jolanda Thorpe. I am a U.S. citizen. I am a daughter of an immigrant. I lived in Worcester for about 16 years. I now live in Millbury. I am here not only because I fear for the direction Worcester is moving in, I fear for democracy. Albeit thinly veiled, it is clear that this motion would attack voter rights. On its face, it questions voter registration process, which then will in turn question election results. The new Republican Party platform is to question the election when they don't get the results they want. This will only be one of many documents, many motions, many proposals that will continue to attack our rights, not just the rights of the immigrants that come here and gain citizenship, but of everyone's right. I ask the mayor, the city clerk, the city manager, and all council members to vote no. If
Some of
this
them can't, but
proposal
point taken.
passes, it will have larger ramifications.
If I knew I
The
could make it down
timing
there and
of
actually
this
give a comment,
proposal
I would
is
go
not a
because I'm feeling real gassy.
With just a
I
few
do want to
weeks
just let
before
some
the
rip
election,
right in front of their faces.
this proposal has already
I don't really have
sowed
much to
seeds
say that nobody
of
else,
voter
anybody else has said,
denial.
but just a chance to fart on them.
So on
Be-
that note,
Just say that I'm here to fart on these people, and I just did it already.
So if you all could be quiet for a moment.
Let's all just enjoy this, like Trump listening to music.
Points, Worcester resident.
Red Bull
I
ad. Are they
usually
cutting
have to
into? Are they just
really work
breaking
to
in?
fit in 2 minutes, but
Kind of
this
randomly.
is gonna be much shorter. I'm here to oppose item 10L. I'm appalled by the petition and its weirdly included rationale. Mass law already
Ooh,
ensures
good
that
one,
all
Epic.
office holders are citizens.
This is
as
what your
many
racism
people
feels like to
before
me,
have
and then
made
just
it
fart
clear.
on them.
The requested charter change is simply intended to harass and intimidate sitting councilors and future office holders. This kind of nativist hate has no place here, and I ask that you all vote to file this item.
Thank you. Should name see residents.
My name is John Goins. I'm a resident of Worcester, and I'm asking, and I'm here to speak in opposition of 10L. What I'd like to ask the council to do is let's make sure that our laws treat citizens the same and not draw distinctions between native-born and naturalized. And additionally, what I'd like to do is focus our efforts on, as we consider our candidates, let's
Duda 27.
hearing what they have to say.
This guy clearly wants to be in his recliner, and not down here, but he's been pissed off enough to be here to say
Let's have
something.
a dialogue. And
You love to see it.
finally, let's just get everybody to start voting. So,
Yeah, there's a new front line.
thank you.
Oh. He has to be here. You know what I mean?
Oh, this guy.
This guy rocks.
Resident. And others speaking in opposition to item 10L. Other speakers have already pointed out the frivolousness of 10L. I wish I could believe it was simply a misguided effort to address a problem that doesn't
His name is
exist.
Greg. Thank you, Epic.
Clearly, in our community, it is being widely regarded as.
I've never talked to him.
as
I only
a
see him at
divisive
things, but I want to go up and just
I
shake his
trust
hand.
That is not the intent of this council, and I encourage you to unanimously vote to file 10L. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, some good stash game tonight. Oh, never mind. That just ended.
I'm from Worcester District 4 and a member of the Ward 10 Democrats.
Like this.
I'm here to condemn 10K and 10.
What a fucking.
Oh my God.
The agenda. Worcester doesn't have the powers to do this without a charter change, and if they did, they'd lose once again another lawsuit. 10K retaliates against a free market.
That's too bad
seeking to
about Jack.
regulate nonprofits that have been
Not
pillars of our
eloquent.
economy. The HECCMA,
He's a-
and I'm not going to list all of them, but there are 11 universities.
What do you think Jack's favorite color is?
A lot of people have grown up in this
I'm
area,
guessing green.
go there, or otherwise they're brought into the city. Worcester Polytechnic Institution is on the cutting edge of technology and engineering. Like many things,
Peaky Blender.
Worcester, including the cost of rent, WPI is growing. And in
It's
order to
now
meet affordable
29 to
living
2.
options to the city during the pandemic, WPI partnered with these hotels. It troubles me that city officials now want to provide oversight on a system that brings new young people to Worcester, not to mention a lot of jobs. I'm sure there are more important community benefit agreements to be worried about. And now on to 10L. Like 10K seeks to build fear, resentment, and distrust to outsiders and reclassify them. These are people who just want to build a better life for themselves in the city. I support Councillor Haji and Councillor Nguyen, but more importantly, I believe in equality and accessibility. When they became citizens, there isn't an asterisk next to them that says they're second-class citizens. The 14th Amendment has been mentioned a lot, gives them equal access, and I refute the Republican City Committee's attempts to intimidate immigrants from running for office. Yeah, that's all I got to say. There's no point in creating more distrust in the civil process. And the only thing that they've accomplished tonight is unite the city against hate and xenophobia. Thank you.
I kind of wish there was somebody down there who would just like turn around and swear at them and intimidate them.
Right.
Hi, my name is Emma Narkwood.
Easy for me to say sitting at home playing Fortnite, but
And I'm here to also speak in opposition to item 10L. Like some speakers before me, I
2 to
am
30.
a U.S. citizen, but I'm the daughter of an immigrant. When my mom was a small child, she and her family left the former Yugoslavia for safety and a better life. And I know growing up, she learned English and had her name legally changed so she would face less hatred. Not that kids really care if your name is Yelena with a Y or Yelena with a J. People still find ways to hate, but to see adults in this city
that face is amazing.
use
What a disgusting human being.
She's awful.
to
She's
target out
a complete
members of our
grotesque.
community and refugees. I strongly oppose that, and I
Emma's
think
mask is
that we
cool.
need to call
I just
it what it
wanna
is,
point that out too.
xenophobia and
Yeah.
racism, and it's not lost on me that there's current members of our council who do
Matt,
such
there is a timer in the room. They just
and have also
Joe Petty
already
refuses to turn it
and
on.
harassment and disrespect, both from the public and from members of this
I'll be your
body
hype man
for who
anytime
they
you want,
are.
Matt.
And that's unacceptable. And so I urge you all to file this.
Every time I see Matt, I go,
Call it
is
what
that
it
the internet's Matt? No.
Due process, action for democracy.
More like
it's
Matt,
hate,
yes.
xenophobia,
God damn it. It was
it's wrong,
right
and
there.
there's no need to other people, and we should.
Yo, is that Matt? Yes?
And treat them with the respect they deserve.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Emma. Get that in there. Yep.
What's it
My
say?
name is Margot Barnett.
We love and
I've been a
welcome
resident of
immigrants and
Worcester for
refugees.
35 years. I'm here to speak on item 10L. I'm asking you to file this item and not give it the dignity of a discussion. It's a stunt. There's no actual rationale for this petition. It's not a thing. You can't run for office if you're not a registered voter, and non-citizens can't register. So the only reason for this is to demonize immigrants and get attention to the Worcester Republican City Committee.
Again, I just
It
want to
even
point out that
says
in
in
the
the
time that
attachment
she had
to
to
the item
explain
that that's what they're
the
going to do.
rationale,
So
she
it's
did not
disingenuous
explain the
to
rationale.
say that
She
it is
explained
not.
exactly why the
It's
order is
shameful
not needed.
that they need to get attention
So
by appealing to the worst
there has been
inappropriate
zero
triggers that people have. It
even
reflects what is going on nationally.
fake reasons
and we
why
all need to stand
this
up to it.
should be
But what was
enacted.
equally shocking to me when I read this is who proposed it. I knew Marianne Carroll 14 years ago when she supported me when I ran for office. I remember her as compassionate, thoughtful, and competent. She was supporting me, a candidate with the values that I bring today, of inclusion, not exclusion, of solving problems we all face by working together for
Marvelous
solutions.
shade.
So
Yeah.
what takes people down this trajectory to demonization of people who are perceived to be the other? She's not the only one. This nastiness is being spread nationally, almost entirely based on lies. It gets us nowhere, does not get us anywhere except a very ugly place. It won't make things better for anyone. So what I want to say to her, to you, right behind me, and to the other people who are going down this ugly road is come back.
Oh.
An important lesson I learned that election year was that it needs to be about addition, not subtraction, to move forward. There's room for everyone in a movement to make things better. Stop scapegoating and join us to move forward together.
Joe didn't say a word.
Yeah. Oh,
Joe, do you know who that is?
Name and city residence, Senator.
Thank you, Mayor Petty. My name is Robin Kennedy, a lifelong resident of Worcester and the state senator for the 1st Worcester
Yeah, you
District.
dumbasses. You got the damn
I want
senator
to
down
first
here.
lift
Good
up and
job.
elevate the voices of our constituents who have spoken in opposition to 10L before. And I want to read an email publicly that I sent to the City Council this morning for the benefit of all immigrants in our community so that they can hear my voice and know that their government represents them and proudly does so. I am writing to you today as a resident of Worcester, a
You're
constituent,
not writing,
and
you're
as
talking.
a fellow elected official.
But keep going, Robin.
who
No,
joins
she
you in
said she
representing a
sent
diverse
that. She
community.
published this as a
Oh,
letter.
We are
my
fortunate
bad.
in Worcester to
Don't
have
be difficult,
residents
Travis.
from around
Yeah,
the
come
world
on,
who
Travis.
have chosen
The
to
show
make
isn't about
Worcester their
hate,
home.
okay?
Tonight you will
You're right.
consider item 10L. My hope
This isn't some
is that
snarky
you will
show where
speak
we
loudly
bag on
and
people for saying the wrong
unequivocally in
thing.
opposition to this item rooted in bigotry and xenophobia.
The place where we
We
dox
often
people for
say
thinking
that
the
Worcester
wrong
is a
thing.
welcoming city, yet those words ring hollow when our actions say otherwise. Requiring proof of documentation of citizenship to become an elected official raises serious concerns about inclusivity, democracy, and the core values upon which this country was founded. Introducing this kind of requirement not only undermines these principles, but also opens the door to discriminatory practices that can limit participation from marginalized communities. So often, it is not just the action itself, but the lingering, chilling effects from these actions that cause marginalization. This request, as was noted, is also unnecessary when the existing voter registration process already serves as a
Shut the
robust
hell
proof
up
of
if you're going to sit
citizenship.
in there.
In the United States, becoming a registered voter requires an individual to affirm their citizenship status. This existing safeguard is designed to ensure that only eligible residents participate in the electoral process, both as voters and as candidates for public office. Our strength lies in our diversity, in the countless voices and perspectives that come together to make this city vibrant and innovative. The requirement to show documentation of citizenship to run for office disproportionately affects immigrant communities and people of color who already face significant barriers to civic engagement. It creates unnecessary obstacles that further marginalize those who are fighting for representation in our
Say it,
political
Joe.
system. We should instead be focused on empowering individuals who want to serve their communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
David Webb, City of Worcester. 10J, free parking at the library. Yes, regarding item 12D, Mayor Petty's petition to create a.
All right. Who did I miss?
All too late. I'm
Just
told
Robin?
But it would be nice if you all listened
Just
to
Robin.
business owners
Yeah, I
over the
think-
past
I
decade
think
instead of
we got the
waiting
one
until they're
before.
drowning and dying to do
Now
anything
it's
about it.
32
Maybe
to
also
2. I
consider
assume
that
David
diversion
Webb is
in
against it,
commerce that people already
although
raised for
amazing
years.
curveball if he's for it.
Consider
Which would bring it up to
Never know.
2:33.
10L, the proposed redundant and discriminatory practice of
Oh, there you
requiring
go. 2 to
naturalization
33.
papers from certain city councilors. I've talked in my public comment before about when this administration shows not just how it operates, but its priorities.
Yeah, Cambria. Tell son gave me goosebumps.
It seems like the only time the city is concerned about lawsuits is when threatened by religious organizations trying to preserve crisis pregnancy centers. This public stunt is
Hey,
blatantly
Camber, are you
unacceptable,
there?
self-promotional, and xenophobic. It's disgraceful that we're even discussing it because the clerk and law
Will you
department
yell
have
out
demonstrated
like a
many
pro
times with various progressive
stream
petitions that by
sentiment?
citing rules 11 and 14 together, they can pretty much do whatever they want.
Camber, if
Using
you're
these
there,
rules,
go
they have
fart on
denied
those
letting
4
the
people in
council vote on
cameras.
enunciation of agenda items from the chair, government transparency, clarity or enforcement on current constable laws, clarification from the Parks Department on rules for vendors, additional training for the law department, adopting recommendations made by our own advisory committee, which we've heard about today when city manager denied the spectrum, or sorry, denied the people advocating for less spectrum. And my favorite, reviewing the solicitor for denial of constitutional rights.
Want less
Worcester
spectrum in
Republican
my
Committee
life.
can ask for naturalization papers. My only
Did
question
you just
to the
say
Supreme Court
that
is,
petition had people courtside for a game
but I contacted
from Spectrum?
the clerk and they
What
responded.
did I hear?
saying they have duty under
I
Rule
didn't-
9
I
to
didn't catch
simply
that.
prepare the agenda based on the items that come into their office. You didn't do your duty under
I don't
Rule
have
9 and
basketball, so it
didn't
doesn't
allow a
make sense.
petition from a former members of the Cable Commission. Didn't do your duty under Rule 9 when Gordon Davis asked you to look into practices of systemic racism. I don't know why you allowed this petition. Maybe to draw attention away from the full body scanners getting its own secret discussion.
Yeah, Gio, I
With the
agree.
city manager attempting to double down on his prohibitive grant
To even just
practices,
say,
reiterating his
I just wanted to speak on
emphasis to
behalf
ensure
of the
commitment rather
Worcestery
than
Council
ever
Theatre
taking accountability
3000,
for his own harm.
and they say get
And
fucked,
it does
nerds.
seem to take the heat off you guys for the ARPA funds, so I'll give you that. But
Can you wrap up your comments?
yeah, almost done. I'm not just in opposition to 10L. I'm asking how 10L even made it this far, given that the petitioner themselves described it as free promotion. Why are
Thank you.
you promoting xenophobia?
Thank you.
My name is Fiona Jatan Singh. I'm from 37 County Street, District 3. I'm also here to talk about 10L. And I won't go
Kimber,
through
how much
summarizing
did
the
you
whole
pay?
14th
Are you paying to
Amendment
park
again,
there?
but the end of it does state that no state, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law, or deny
Yeah,
any person within its
over under on
jurisdiction
Joe shutting it
equal
down at
protection
8:30.
of the law. Equal, meaning you can't separate whether somebody's
Yeah, I
a
mean,
citizen by
well,
birth or citizen by naturalization.
what did
So
he
that
say,
goes
2
against
hours
the
they're gonna give
14th
it?
Amendment. Also,
He said
my
we
parents
normally we only give it
were
1
from another
hour.
country,
So
but I
if
was
he
born
gave
here.
himself an out
I
to-
also ran for District 3 City Council last year against George Russell. So if this was to pass, does that mean you would just look at me and assume that I'm not born here and I would need to show extra papers versus somebody else that's running? How would you know whether somebody's naturalized citizen or by birth citizen unless you're asking everybody for their birth certificate and their papers to show that they were citizens? So unless you ask everybody, this is undue process of the law for illegal searches and seizures of paperwork for somebody that is either naturalized or not. So how would you know whether they were naturalized or not unless you asked everybody to prove where they were born and then how they became citizens? So this is an unconstitutional question and I'm against it. Also, I would like to talk about 10J too. I did avoid the library for many years because I didn't want to pay for parking anymore because I had gotten a couple of parking tickets after staying over 15 minutes at the library. So I support 10J for requesting free parking for constituents of the public library. And 10K, I don't understand how you could expect every college in the city to have their own fire department. I mean, I understand that they could have their own police department, but fire department, that sounds a little bit irradical. Thank you.
Thank you. So these will be our
Radical
last-
would be a
last
good word.
questions right now.
Hi, my name is Isabella
It's like
Castro
something that's
Corazini,
like
and I'm
really
a lifelong
irrational, but it's
resident
so
of
cool
Worcester,
that you
but
can't
currently
deny
a
it.
resident in
It's
District 5.
radical.
I'm here tonight to oppose item 10L. Yesterday, we
You're fucking
celebrated
off.
Indigenous Peoples Day, and I want to acknowledge
Fuck
that we
off,
stand
nerds.
on Nipmuc land. As the child of an immigrant, I know all too well the impact of being asked to show your papers.
Guess I should hit the
And as
Dusty
the
Trail.
great-great-granddaughter of enslaved African Americans, I understand the weight of that question even more deeply.
Oh no, the meekest one is left by herself. She looks terrified.
No, she has Wormtown behind her. He's just out of camera.
This amendment
Oh, yeah.
continues that legacy by silencing marginalized voices.
$2. All
Requiring
right.
candidates to show their papers not only creates a xenophobic culture, a way of alienating those who weren't born here, but also distracts voters from critical issues that
I
truly
am a little
impact our
curious about what a
communities.
college-run fire
By
department
focusing
would
on a
look
candidate's
like.
immigration status,
Awesome.
we divert attention
Yeah,
from important
they
matters
should.
like
Broken Lizard
affordable
should have made a
housing,
movie about that.
education, and public
Be a bunch of
safety.
half-stone college
This
student
amendment
volunteers running around with buckets of water.
here rather than unity and progress.
Maybe they got in line to
Not lose
speak.
sight of what truly matters in our community.
Oh, maybe.
We need leaders
Joe said
who
it's
are
the last two.
trailblazers, who can lead the way for others, who follow
I think
in
they're
their
going
footsteps.
to online.
We need leaders dedicated to tackling the real challenges we face. This proposed amendment risks driving us further apart at a time when we should be coming together. So I urge you to reject this amendment and focus on creating a future where all voices are heard and everyone has an equitable chance to contribute to the progress of our city here at this table.
Thank you.
Maida Morales, City of Worcester resident.
My day.
District 5. Hate has no place in my city. This petition is outright racism.
I believe
This
that's
is
4 now.
weaponizing our city.
4
against our
previous
immigrants
candidates
and
for
migrants
city council that
and-
we've
and
heard from
against
tonight.
Everyone in our community. I know we all saw what happened in Ohio and how quickly people's lives became at risk. Is this really what we want for our city? This is our beautiful city. This is supposed to be our welcoming city. Do we not have enough violence in our city already? Every day, someone is being hurt.
Is it 41?
We are wasting
41 now?
time on this. This petition.
Did we
should
already
have
get that
never
high?
been allowed on the floor.
No
of
way.
this council. Instead.
No, it's
we
36.
spend time talking about how are we going to ensure that the
2
unhoused
to 36.
adults and children in our community alike have a safe, affordable housing. How do we protect and ensure that all our residents are safe in our community? That should be our goal. Hate has no place in my city.
Thank you.
But Nathan hasn't spoken.
Oh.
Yeah.
I am Pam Barnes.
she cut the line.
Resident in the city of Worcester. I'm here to speak in favor of agenda item number 10L, which requested amendments be made to the city charter to clarify that all elected city officials be U.S. citizens, which of course includes naturalized U.S. citizens. Here is some training for those who might not be aware of these facts.
Sort of finished, so we can get through this. Go ahead.
Everybody should know what this is. This is our census that comes to us every year, like February it came this time. Right here, column.
Pam Barnes.
If not a U.S. citizen, indicate citizenship. Why isn't anybody emoting over this right now? Number
Because
2.
This isn't,
Here's
that
the
doesn't
back
bar you from.
of the application for a driver's license, a learner's permit, or ID card application.
Public office and also
Another
isn't
gentleman mentioned these requirements.
redundant.
Voter registration. It gives you the requirements. Why isn't anybody emoting over this?
Did
And
you
on
just
both
learn
of
the
these
word
documents,
emoting?
Wait,
it
you just
also
proved why
states
the order
laws
doesn't need to happen.
that discuss the penalties for perjury when you sign these forms. So in closing, all item 10L
In
on this
closing.
evening's agenda is asking for is that we more clearly state that people who want to hold elected office in the city of Worcester are held to the same requirements as anyone who fills out the annual census or applies for a driver's license.
Fucking idiots.
And anybody here who doesn't have to show their ID to get on a plane, raise your hand. I didn't think so. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to close this part of the meeting. We're well an hour, so sir, if you're the last speaker, go ahead.
Political mastermind lets them have the last word.
Thank you. I won't be long. My name is Steve Sandberg. I've lived in the city since 1973. I would be very interested to know if any of the people behind this petition have any personal knowledge of any illegal immigrant who has ever attempted to run for office in Worcester. I think it's ridiculous. Thank you.
Oh, she whispered.
You fucking donkey.
She wanted the last word. She did that intentionally.
Yeah.
We have someone online.
She said, I know. Pretty
Please
obvious.
suspend the rules if you want to allow some people online to speak.
Motion to suspend the rules, Mr. Chairman.
All those in favor? Opposed, so
Which is
ordered.
giving up the whole game right there.
Next up, first up is.
They're trying to do a birtherism thing against somebody, obviously.
Right.
If people could, who's online, if you could not.
But
try
it's
not
so,
to
but
repeat
it's
what's
so,
been said, and
like,
maybe-
it's so fucking stupid. As stupid as the original birtherism against Obama was.
Yes, we can.
At least there was an angle there.
Molly McCullough, President of Worcester, Secretary of the Worcester Democratic City Committee.
President of
Shaun Rose,
Worcester?
Chair of the Worcester Democratic City Committee. We're here together. I want to say good evening and thank you for suspending the rules to allow us the opportunity for us to share a statement on behalf of the Worcester Democratic
I don't
City
like
Committee
this.
against the petition filed by Mary Ann Carroll, petition 10L. I first want to say that I'm super disappointed as someone who was observing this meeting to see the disrespect shown to the individuals stepping up to the microphone.
Thank you,
To
Shaun.
speak for or against this petition. It was really disappointing, but I suppose not surprising by nature of this petition being put forth. As chair of the Worcester Democratic City Committee, I strongly condemn the Worcester Republican City Committee's proposal to impose discriminatory barriers on naturalized citizens.
Guys, come up with a better name.
Worcester's strength is found in its diversity. Worcester's strength is found in its diversity. Naturalized citizens contribute immensely to our community's fabric, and they deserve the same opportunities to serve in public office as any other American. This proposal seeks to undermine that core belief, attempting to restrict who can serve by unfairly targeting those who have chosen Worcester in this country as their home. It is not up to the Worcester Republican City Committee to determine who is fit to run for office based on the place of their birth. That decision belongs to the voters. Let them choose the leaders they wish to represent them.
Our city thrives when everyone is empowered to participate in our democracy, and we will always stand against the attempts to divide and marginalize members of our community. I, in
I hear
concert
it
with the
too.
Democratic State Democratic Party, urge the Worcester Republican City Committee to withdraw this exclusionary measure and for us all to support a political process that is open, fair, and representative of all.
Do you think the
Worcesterites.
council's going to speak on this tonight, Bill?
Bigotry and fear-mongering have no place in Worcester or anywhere in our country. Our community
I think that
thrives when we
I think that
stand
at least
together in
Italics could say
unity,
something.
respect, and understanding.
Yeah, that was
rejecting
Shaun Rose. His new gig is the
violence.
chairman
Worcester
of
has always been a
the
city of
Democratic City
resilience
Committee.
and progress, and we must continue to build a future where everyone, regardless of background, is included.
The Worcester Democratic City Committee is asking that our diverse and inclusive city council file this hate-filled petition 10L.
I think they get 4 minutes, Trev.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next up. Casey Burns.
That was the most
my
ran
name is
by an
Casey
attorney
Burns,
statement.
City of Worcester resident, and I am here to speak on 10L. I just want to say that it's obvious to many is
Yeah,
that no one
I was
has
gonna say
raised
my
who has
dad
spoken
got
in
on the
favor
got
of
on a plane without an ID
10L,
one time.
a concern on the rigor of the voting
I
verification process.
thought they
or
should have
of the
left him in
city
Michigan,
HR
but
payroll process for the payment for city councilors. No examples have been noted to challenge to this. What is obvious is that what this is signaling to strike fear into our immigrant
yeah, I
communities.
mean, it's Sally.
I
It would happen after.
um,
We're still in
give
public
the
comment. It would happen after
petitioners the
that,
benefit
but
of the doubt that they are brainwashed into thinking that this is
they won't
wide-scale
say. They
voter
won't say
fraud,
until.
despite the
I mean,
clear
I guess sometimes they say at the beginning of the meeting before
showing
public
that
comment.
there is
but
no evidence of this.
I think people want to
We
speak on
can
it.
see the signaling clearly on display here as I watch this meeting online and see members of the audience making faces, laughing, making cry baby signals at speakers behind them. This is disgusting to see this kind of lack of disdain for civic engagement live for us all to see and recorded at this meeting. My organization works in civic engagement and equity. We see again and again.
It's disgusting. I've never done anything like that.
Enrollment and eligible benefit
We've
programs
never
for
done
Not
it.
elected
health
officials.
and well-being.
Neither are they.
Like
Oh,
Matt
shit.
said,
In your room that you
like
are
Matt
in,
said
work
earlier, if you want to do that shit, get a Twitch
challenges,
stream.
and this is
Yeah.
just a strike against this kind of the robust civic engagement that we need to make this city strong. This is not what the city of Worcester wants.
They
or
will all.
needs.
I can tell you
Every
who
single
won't
one
be
of them will
speaking.
speak.
That was going to be my follow-up question, Main South Mom, because I'm not entirely convinced that
moments as we
Joe
watch
won't
this
come down,
moment.
speak, and then
Heard from
trash
some
the whole
city
thing. Because I
councilors,
think
but
I get the
not
sense they're
all,
all
who have made
frustrated,
statements
or the
against
normal people are
10L, and I
frustrated,
look
even made
forward
it
to
on the
hearing from
agenda.
those
Yes.
who did not expect to
Donna
stand up
Donna
for
will
our
keep her mouth
community,
shut, but everyone
did
else
not
will speak.
expect to stand up for the colleagues
But I
and
do.
friends
I'm
of
curious
I
if they
look
go around the
forward to
horn.
this unanimously being filed.
Who is going to softball it? 'Cause I could kind of see a few of them looking at
Mo
people,
Bergman.
wondering where they might lose some donations going into this year. And
Hi, thank you for taking some time to hear from us. My name is Liz Lytle.
I'm a resident of Worcester. I'm here to oppose 10L. I'm not going to.
All right, it's 3 to 41.
All I will add is, as a social studies and history teacher of largely students of color, including many immigrants and children of immigrants who it's every history and social study teacher's dream that one day your students might consider running for public
Pam
office.
Barnes
And so
was the last
from that
one in favor
perspective,
of it.
Pam
my
Barnes.
hope is that
Pamela
everybody
Barnes.
on this council, just like so many
We'll do
of us
some
in this
internet
community,
sleuthing on this
stand
Pam Barnes,
against
by
a
the way.
proposal like this that
Professional
is
manager asker
unnecessary
Pam
and
Barnes.
exclusionary and sends messages that Worcester is not a place for you, and that's not the kind of
Manager
city I want to
requester.
live in, and I hope for my students' future, not the city that they live in either. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Diana. I'm trying to meet the resident.
Potentially a secretary in the town of Yarmouth.
Hi, my name is Diana.
Yarmouth.
I am a resident of Worcester, District 1, and in agreement with everyone, and I'm trying not to repeat any things that have already been talked about, but I think to address you directly, Chair, Mayor Petty, I feel like this is also going to add a lot of unnecessary bureaucracy and a lot of further impediments to our judicial system and our legal system. Like, why would we need to have this?
Oh, I clipped her in a YouTube video one time talking about how homeless encampment sweeps have to keep continuing in perpetuity.
I don't understand why the people who submitted this petition and who are in favor of it believe
Pam
that
Barnes.
this will be a monoracial and
Okay.
immigrant-less
That Pam
Worcester.
Barnes.
That's not the world we live in, and the world that you're thinking of and yearning for does not exist anymore. Worcester is a very diverse city. It always has been. I was born here, and from the moment I was born into the city,
Fred
it has
Nathan did
always
not
been
speak.
a
Fred
melting pot of
Nathan,
different cultures and different
he
ethnicities. You
did not
can't
insert
return to a
himself
world that
into
does
the
not
narrative.
exist anymore. As
One
much
of
as you
the
want for it
smartest
to
moves
happen,
this man has
and as
ever
much as you
pulled
want for
in
there
his
to
political
be
career.
whatever you aspire for.
Oh, he's
in the city
there.
of Worcester, the reality
absolutely
is
there.
It's not going to go backwards.
The
It's not
only
going
thing
to
he
go
did
back
tonight
into
was
history.
hold the
Reality is
hold
a lot
the
of
gate
people in
open
Worcester
for
are
somebody.
immigrants,
So
and
pulled a classy
who
move
are in
and
opposition
then
to that,
removed
then
himself from the
maybe
equation.
your community does
Wait a
not
minute,
exist in the city
is
of
Fred
Worcester
learning?
anymore. So, as
Or is a
much
broken
as
clock right twice a
I
day kind of
believe
situation?
I
in
don't
the words
know.
that have been spoken tonight,
Only
I
time will
also
tell.
am concerned that all this rhetoric is just walking around the question of whether or not we believe immigrants even deserve the right to exist in the city. And it's dangerous and it's inflammatory. And I hope you all have a good night.
Thank you.
Resting.
The next speaker is Kit. I'm trying to meet the resident now.
Nice, I found her Twitter.
Oh, I bet it's
Hello, my name is Melican. I'm from District 1 in Worcester. I'm a lifelong Worcester resident. I'm going to try not to repeat anything that anybody has said, but I will say that my parents are immigrants. Our communities have been centered around immigration and the connection that we have to the city. So I don't understand how this bill can come to power in a city like Worcester that has constantly been at the forefront of many communities across the globe to come for things like work, culture, and connection. And I truly believe that if we all want to, work towards a more progressive future, one that holds all people within it in a fair light and, to move away from things like xenophobia, we should not be circling things like this ever. Not a day in our lives. And that if you, as a city council, as the mayor, and as public officials of this city can see that, then you know that you should not be standing with this bill. And you know that this is an absolutely ridiculous premise that has come to pass. That is all that I have to say.
Thank you.
So the next speaker is Patty Hazar. I'm trying to meet the resident now.
Shaun's actually way more lenient on Auburn than I am. I indoctrinated him into
Good
hating
evening.
Auburn.
Can you hear me?
And
Yes.
the
you
only
hear me?
reason it's good that he's not here is because
All right.
we would
Hi,
team up.
my name is Patty Huser, and I'm a resident of District 2.
I'm not surprised.
I
that
support
Lily's from
10J for free parking at the library. Public libraries are an essential community resource that provides access to
All right, it's 3 to
information,
44
education,
now.
and is a space for everyone. Charging for parking undermines the purpose and limits access for those who need it the most. I also wanted to speak on 10L. This proposal is nothing more than segregation. It would set different standards for different groups of residents, placing a
Trouble,
higher burden
I don't know
on
what
a
your
group
fake
of
name was
people
tonight, but it
who
should be
have
Pam Barnes.
come here from a different place
Or
to quote
Bam
prove
Parnes.
themselves.
Bam
who tries
Barnes
to
would be
pass this
nice.
off as a serious policy is a liar. It's good to see so many people turn out to oppose this. We need to be continuously vigilant in Worcester, unfortunately, because the group of people behind this are closer to power than you think. They donate to people sitting on
You know,
the
it's the one
sitting on
sort
this
of
city
sad
council.
thing that has
They
come about
socialize
from
with elected officials, and they are
the last 4 years
organized
is
enough to get this on the city council
the Worcester
agenda.
the Worcester
Thank you.
City Committee, the Worcester Republican City Committee used to be made up of some proper villains,
Our next speaker is
most
Bryan.
of whom went dark after they all showed up unannounced and without permission at the Capitol and tried to overthrow the government.
Right.
And they've all kind of disappeared into the shadows so they can plot their
Except for
their next.
one.
Yeah, I mean, they're like the majority of them have all gone dark. They're like there's so many of them that aren't on public social media. They're all on Gab and other weird corners of the internet that are little weird circle jerks and whatnot.
That would be great.
These folks just aren't intimidating anymore, though. Like there was a period of time, like back when the Tea Party was getting rolling, and like Grover Norquist was showing up on a regular basis in Lincoln Square, and like there were some real proper villains around. And
are not.
now it's just kind of sad.
On
Like,
to 10L, I will not belabor a lot of what I was able to
Yeah,
hear.
they're just like,
I have to say that to Marianne or
I couldn't
yeah,
think of
Marianne
anything
Butcher and Pam and
that
others
wasn't
that support
libelous.
this, I have to remind them that the Europeans came here to the Americas and colonized it. They did brutal things to the people that were here. They did not discover this place. It was already discovered by the indigenous people. So happy Indigenous Day to everyone.
Thank you.
Now,
Sorry.
and I'm sorry.
My
Thank you,
apologies.
Councilor King, for suspending the rules so that those of us online that couldn't get in there could speak. I also want to say that immigrants,
32 Mina
all
Drive.
people that are going to be
I have,
for you, they could be the people that can
no,
be saving your
I thought I
country.
mowed the lawn next to this. I wasn't, no.
And lastly, I would suggest that
Let's
these
just be
people
careful, guys.
take
What?
all this energy that they have put into this nonsense.
I didn't, I'm just looking at houses online.
and go and focus it
Shopping.
on where
Shopping.
there were just almost 10,000 people that were left out at a desert by a certain person in office who bust them there. Go and find out why that's happening. That's something that they should do. Thank you. You all have a great night.
Next speaker.
Busing people somewhere? What are you? What are they talking about? Kathy Roy? I don't understand.
No, when Kathy Roy books a bus trip, the return's always there.
Yes, we can hear you.
Turn them right to fucking jail.
Gemma, just your name and see your
Can you hear
residence.
Hi, Gemma Kamara, District 3. I'm calling in opposition
Another
of
elected
item
official.
10L. As an immigrant, recent immigrant from Liberia. I have lived in the city of Worcester since my parents came from Liberia to America, and Worcester was the home, has been a home for us. I went to school in Worcester, graduated from our public schools, and I had an opportunity to serve my community without any jumping through extra hoops with regards to this policy. This policy is just ridiculous. I'm like out of breath right now. I'm actually at a conference, Building Black Base in New England, and for immigrants, for people who already have to struggle through the barriers in this country against racism, discrimination, and you just name all of the different things that we have to struggle through. For us to be here speaking on an item, this rhetoric that is so against humanity, I believe that we should not be having this conversation. And I urge the city council members to oppose this item vehemently. We should treat this as something that does not belong, should not even have been on the city council's agenda for tonight. And as an immigrant, and I also want to say, we're all immigrants in this country. There is, as long as you came from, no matter where you came from Italy, from Irish, because I know Worcester is so embedded with Irish, Italians, and you name it. We are all immigrants. So for one person who feels like they have spent X amount of more years in America, to think in their loose mind that they can ever put an agenda item to intimidate people.
So we should start saying people have loose
intimidate
minds.
immigrants, newcomers, or folks that have lived here. They can't do that.
Your
Is
mind is loose right
atrocious.
now.
And shame to those people that have done this, and shame
That was
to
my errands
everyone
was
who
about.
thinks that immigrants should,
loose
after
mind?
Yeah.
working to be a citizen in America, it's hard to learn.
Well, you know what they say,
and
crooked
to a
spine,
country
crooked mind. So I
that
gotta
has
like
caused
loosen
so
it
much
up.
hurt in other countries, but such many of us are here in America.
I've heard you say that a lot.
For us to heal ourselves, to
Low
want
stress,
to
no
be in
stress,
public
crooked
service,
mind.
and then for a human being to think that they can put such an agenda item to make us intimidated is
Can
an
you wrap up your
abomination.
comments, Joan?
So
Thank you.
so I'm saying this, that I'm asking you and everybody in that room right now on City Council to oppose such a thing, and nothing should ever come on the City Council agenda that will cause such intimidation for your residents in the city of Worcester. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next speaker is Alex. I'm trying to meet the resident now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Alex. What's your name and city residence?
Thank you so much. My name is Alex. I'm a resident of Worcester. I'd like to start by thanking the Republican City Committee for their order tonight. I think this order can be actually really helpful for us all, not only to start this conversation, but for us to see the kind of changes that folks are envisioning in our city. And I, for one, am really excited.
You're not
I do
from
think
Worcester.
that we should add, though, that if you haven't injected yourself with horse medicine in the
Oh, come on. He was gonna go. He was gonna be good.
Yeah.
He was, wow. Congratulations, Republican City Committee. You got the Nazis out.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Jenny. Your name and city
That's one of
residence?
our chatters, right? No,
It's-
that
yeah,
I
they
think
they
so. I
were
think-
about to talk shit. They were about to
Yeah.
talk shit about the city committee.
So
the
item
Republican-
Troubler.
Yeah, I knew that was troubler.
39A.
Right,
The
you
ARPA
feel free to
money,
type the rest of
it
them out
looks like
here.
there's $1 million left in the business section for being obligated to things. I might have that wrong,
Jenny.
but if we could please consider working with a startup
Yeah, Troubler
group or
said
an
it in the
incubator,
chat earlier. If you
perhaps
objected
the
horse medicine, you
Chambers,
shouldn't be
Startup
allowed
Worcester,
to
provide
put on
startup
agendas
funds
on the item.
to
I mean, items on the agenda.
Black men and women, because the statistic nationally for Black men owning businesses is 3% of the startups in the country. So
That's so
if we
good,
could help
Troubler.
with that, that would be great. One way we could do that would be doing something like paying for the year of rent. With how much is in that, we could help start up so many different businesses in the city and start filling up some of our storefronts. 12D ties into that as well. It can help manage all of that and so much more. Please approve it. 12C, please approve it and send it to the city manager and Steve Raleigh. This rotary is a nightmare, and we need to daylight the sidewalks, put a space for cars beyond the crosswalk so they don't hit people as they're accelerating. 12E, regarding the hotels, please factor in that Polar Parks decreased the amount of hotels that they're building when you're considering this. 10J, please approve it. On the libraries. 10K, please file it about the fire and police departments. It seems like somebody basically just forgot to submit something from 2020. 10L, please file this. The naturalization aspect of things has been done to death, but if this was a true concern, it would be a blanket for any position in the city, not just city council. Without that, it's just targeting people like Attell and Tu and trying to otherize them and make them second class. And it puts them on record in a second place as naturalized citizens. And if the worst were to come to pass and Trump were to become president again, and he's able to get his internment camps through the Enemies Act from the 1700s, it could put them in direct danger. We have a very large immigrant community. We are a
They're
sanctuary
sensitive,
city. We
Troubler.
really should not be doing
They're
this.
real sensitive.
And I also want to know how.
Ever
it got
since
on
Bill
the
went full
agenda.
Nazi on them, they're pretty quick on the dump button.
Totally unconstitutional and or against some law.
Could you wrap up
And
your
I want to know why it was sanitized on the agenda. Please vote to file. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Fred Taylor. I'm trying to meet the resident now.
next week, Troubler, you gotta string them along a little bit longer. You can't lean in with inject horse pills or whatever.
To the NAACP. I'm calling in support of 10J, which is free parking for people who are visiting the library. I think we should have did that a long time ago.
Oh, big time,
so
Matt.
I hope the city council would consider that. I'm voting.
Oh, yeah.
I'm also
You had me
voting
fooled, man.
opposition.
Because Petty's a coward. That's why they don't.
We don't need the colleges to have their own fire departments. We have a fire
It
department.
was
here
like
in
3
Worcester,
minutes
and
ish,
I
Yanni.
also believe that it'll create more problems than solving problems. So
I'm going to
calling
run with the
10L,
idea that these folks are petrified because there's only a couple weeks left in the election cycle, that Trump isn't going to come back to Worcester. It's a reminder, Trump kicked off his first big show at a stadium event was in Worcester in 2016. And they're probably trying to figure out a way to get us on the map so he'll come back, because they haven't had a reason to actually get out of the house for the last 8 years now. And they mulled over the idea. Maybe we can claim that Attell is eating the cats and dogs or whatever, and then they realize that Ohio already stole that one, and this is the best they could come up with.
To not even entertain discussion with this and just
Yeah, don't they know they don't even need him to hold a tailgate rally of your own?
The next speaker is Lillian. I'm trying to meet the resident now.
You could listen to all the best songs of the 80s by yourself.
Hi, just to confirm, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, yeah, Yanni. I've been timing everybody. I'm curious when Joe cuts people off.
All night. I'm Lillian. I'm a resident of Worcester. I've been a resident of Worcester for 22 years now. I moved to the US when I was 11 years old. And the fact that this is even an agenda item is so disappointing. So disappointing.
I feel like if this council was really well split, we would have half lifers and half transplants.
14th Amendment stuff. I just want to address.
And that'd be the only thing that we can require papers on.
Things that the people that brought this up, that support this, have mentioned about the voter registration and the census. First off, the census asks if you are a citizen or not, because that is something that needs to be known. When it comes to running for city council, when it comes to registering to vote, you have to say whether you're a citizen, because that is part of the requirements to register to vote. The fact that they have not mentioned once that their requirement is that naturalized citizens have to actually present documentation, while citizens that were born in the US do not have to present any documentation. That's the issue. If you really cared about making sure that, everyone that wants to run for a position is a US citizen, then make it a blanket requirement. But that is not the requirement that you have here. The requirement that you are making is causing people like me, people like my parents, people like my sister, like my husband, to be a second-class citizen because we are naturalized citizens. The fact that you can stand up there and compare it to an I-9 when people that are not US citizens can fill out an I-9, that is completely not even comparable. And then to say that, if you are getting on an airplane, don't you have to show ID? Yes.
Can you wrap
but
up
I do not have to show that I'm a US
Can
citizen.
you wrap up your comments, please?
Yes. I would like
It depends on where you're coming from to be pedantic.
To file this and to specifically,
Thank you.
each of you specifically, say that you are against it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next speaker is Andrew. I'm trying to meet the resident now.
Next one.
From Andrew, I'm going to go to Eric Stratton.
Epic.
Yes, thank you. As many other callers have already said, I'm asking you to reject and file 10L. This is xenophobic, racist, and frankly, just laughably bigoted. It's clear by just the sheer volume of people who have called in and shown up to the meeting to oppose this measure. You've had 3 in support, and by my count, about 45 in opposition. It's really just laughable that this was allowed on the agenda. But regardless of that, our city is great because of the immigrants that are here. We
Eric
all
is the 50th.
gain by having
Wow.
a diverse population.
He'll be
in our
stoked to
city.
know that.
It is
Yeah.
wonderful that these
Should be a
people are
t-shirt
here,
for
that
that.
people want to become citizens of our country and want to serve in elected office. It is shameful.
So they're
that
talking
the
about
Worcester
personal safety
Republican
later.
City
Maybe they
Committee
really
would
need to
put
get out
forward
like a
such measure, and it
cardboard
just
cutout
shows how
of Lucy
divisive
Lawless.
and really sad
Because if these
that
people are
feeling
really
really
xenophobic, just a
I
cardboard
really
cutout
urge
might
the
keep
city
them
council
away.
to please reject this item in the strongest possible sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Michelle.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Your name and city of residence?
My name is Michelle Putsch. I live in District 5, and I just wanted to say that I oppose 10L. I hope all
Eric,
city
you were the
councilors
50th
oppose and file
caller
10L,
against.
But love and respect for councilors Hajia and Nguyen and every Worcester immigrant trying to make a living here, and nothing but disrespect and disgust for the people who made this petition. Marianne, Pam, and everyone and anyone making ugly faces, and the people who let this item get on the city council agenda. This should be a welcoming space for civic engagement, and this was racist and xenophobic, and Worcester should be more welcoming in dealing with much more important issues, like supporting the item for toll-free parking at the library. Thank you.
My next speaker is Justin. Thank you. My name is Justin Duffy. I'm a resident of Worcester in District 4. And I was originally calling in.
Don't they know the
to
Scientology
express my,
headquarters is in Boston?
Opposition to 10L, but I want to take the opportunity to also speak in favor of free parking for the library. I think that was a great case made for a useful improvement to our city that would make things better. And it's just in stark opposition to what's obviously a disingenuous, racist dog whistle to perform a publicity stunt and get on the city council's agenda, wasting everyone's time with a nonsensical and unconstitutional proposal with 10L. Looking at the official Worcester
Smart
Republican committee website, I see there's a picture of Reagan on the front of their about page. And I'm not the biggest fan of Reagan, but in Reagan's farewell address to the nation, he referred to America as a shining city and said that the doors to that city are open to anyone with the will and the heart to get here. And it saddens me to see how far the Republican group here has strayed from that vision and seems to just be taken in by the xenophobia and positions of leaders like Donald Trump. So ask the city council, please file now. Thank you. May the last speaker is Chizoma. I'm trying to be the resident now.
Hi, it's Pam again.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, yes. Hello?
Yes, please state your name and city of residence.
Yes, my name is Chizoma Nasike, and I'm from District 3 in Worcester. And I'm speaking as an immigrant who has become a naturalized citizen, but who has also owned businesses in Worcester and has employed countless number of people as a business owner in Worcester and paid taxes. And I look at when I go to employ someone and they're coming for an interview. And when I see people, I do not assume that this person looks like this. And so they are born in the US or they are born out of the US. When you make an assumption, that's when you're really wrong. You find out that the person was not born in the US or was born in the US. So what is wrong with this proposal, which makes it a total dog whistle, very close to the election to garner more votes for the Republican Party, is the way that it's worded. If it had good intention, it would have been worded in a way that everybody has to show their proof of citizenship. When I hire people on the I-9, I ask them for proof of citizenship.
Oh my
And they
God,
are
system.
definite
It's a crazy
from
time
the
to get
back of the
naturalized.
I-9. When you go to do a voter registration or census, those are not requirements. So is that where we're going to go to next? That people are going to be asked to file their naturalization
I had to reject a
papers
logo today from one
for
of my
voter
designers because it looked like a
registration or
penis.
for
It was even more awkward because I had to describe to
census?
them
Is
why I
that
was
where we're
rejecting
gonna
it.
go next? So I watched the ladies standing behind the speakers very disrespectfully, mouthing off at people, having a paper covering their mouths and mouthing off.
Do you think they realized they were on camera the whole time?
Laughing at different
No,
people
No
who
idea.
I don't
talk
think
in
so.
opposition. Very bad behavior. Very close to the election, we know the money came from the Republican Party to give them more credence. Maybe
If anything,
to
it's
get
just
more
anti-male,
votes.
I guess.
It
Can you
was
wrap up your
really
comments, please?
yes. Thank you very much, and the city should not
It was just a tip.
adopt this, please.
Thank you. Okay.
Brendan caught one of my logos that
So
looked
give
like
yourself,
a
Councilor
wiener
Hodges.
entering a butt or something. That wasn't a fun one.
Mayor Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and just want to thank everybody who came out and spoke tonight. It was debating originally, whether you're speaking this or not. Like I suggested, maybe we should just file.
Find people.
Silence sometimes can hurt you more than.
Pamela Barnes is from
And this is
Petersham.
This is a type of water.
She only moved here in
It
2004.
really feeds into the anti-immigrant rhetoric that's going on in this country right now.
Let's not act
And,
like
also
we're
it's a personal attack
a
on
multi-generational
here in the city. And I was thinking
Worcester
trying to
resident
think of any other city councilor.
You lived in
who
Petersham
maybe
until
was
2004.
a naturalized citizen. The only thing was Darren Hurley.
Whoa,
Probably a couple
Joe
of
speaking on
decades
this?
ago,
Weird.
an at-large city council. This is the same thing as it was mentioned tonight that President Obama and his birth certificate. Remember that? People asked for his birth certificate. It was just outrageous then, it's outrageous today, and it's just as much this is outrageous.
Oh
You know,
my
today
God,
I was
Joe,
at a
shut up.
naturalization ceremony in the city of Worcester, where about 34 people were.
We're going to 11 o'clock tonight.
Oh yeah, buckle up.
US citizens become Americans.
I'll be right back.
From all over the world. I was pretty proud to be there because I'm pretty proud to be a mayor of a city that's a welcoming city. And I think, and for us we can maybe ask later how this going on the agenda here tonight, but I'm proud that we're a welcome city. We have an opportunity to all new Americans that come here. And this is a type of sentiment, a type of order that really persuades people not to participate because they're afraid. People, when you come to this country, people are afraid of government because where they came from. And this is a type of government, this is a type of order that people, you don't understand how much it hurts people who are not born here and come from another country where they've been victimized and they come here for protection. That brings me back to, I don't know if anybody saw the special on Sunday night, 8 o'clock, when they talked about Springfield, Ohio. It was absolutely outrageous how rhetoric can take a good city, and turn it into tension between its citizens who all got along, by the way, never an issue. The Haitian community showed up in force, and they needed the Haitian community in order to so they could expand their economic development in that community. And for one person to take that, and this is how it hurts, you gotta be careful what you say, especially when you're a person of power. And you say something that outrageous about what they said about the Haitians in that city, and you had a Republican governor who come down and defended that.
I still think a big Chef Boyardee statue would be fantastic in Washington Square.
People look different because people
agree.
came from another country.
I'm always
We
saying
gotta get rid of that
Toys R
fucking
That's what
statue.
this is
It's
all
crazy.
about. Try
It's
to-
so fucking crazy.
This is strategically
Just boggles the mind.
It's right before an election. Could have been placed a year ago, could have been placed 7 months ahead of us, but it's strategically placed on tonight. So we could all talk about this. And people who believe, unfortunately, sometimes people believe this.
And I bought into it.
But I'm not gonna allow it.
So
I'm
fuck
going to
me.
file this. My motion is to file this, today here, because we've worked too hard in this city over the last 10, 15 years to make sure we're a community that is pro-civic engagement. Pro-civic engagement, we get people to participate from all walks of life. I go out in that community all the time, as mentioned here tonight, all different people from all over the world, to make sure they feel welcome, make sure they feel safe. Because the last thing I want people to feel that they're unsafe here in the city of Worcester, which I won't allow to happen. And this brings us to some of the stuff we should be
Thanks,
doing.
Joe.
The Civics Academy.
Yeah, he's a hero.
City clerk is starting it up again, and really get adults involved in civics here in the city of Worcester, and understand what they're doing. So
I'm starting to
I
think
just
that
wanna
the Italian
pose
community,
this,
American community in Worcester
file
has
this,
like
and,
lost their
enough
right
feed
to
into the anti-immigrant
have a
rhetoric, which I
statue.
think is
Like
all
we don't
done.
necessarily need to put an Italian
thank you, Mr.
statue in that spot.
Thank you.
No, we never did.
They've shown
District
poor
5,
judgment
followed
with
by Councilor
refusing to back off of.
That statue went up
Thank you.
right during
Michael,
the civil
for
rights
those
struggle.
words and your loud
For some reason.
condemnation. And thank you to
If you think
the
about it,
community
the
for
Italians
showing
used it
up
as a
and
way to
supporting
claim
a Worcester
whiteness.
that loves everyone,
We're not like that.
regardless of country of origin. Your solidarity tonight and
Yeah,
every
it's a
time
relatively new
is a
statue. It was right.
powerful
It went up right at the time
testament
that
to
Worcester was
our
starting
shared
its
values.
court-ordered busing
I
program
extend my gratitude to the Democratic
to
State
desegregate our
Party Committee,
schools
the state's
Yep.
Young Democrats,
because
and the Worcester
Massachusetts
City Democratic
ignored
Committee
the
for
civil
their
rights
statements of
movement
support
for
and
almost 30
condemnation.
years.
And to my son
Yep.
Daniel, I am eternally proud to be your mom.
Yeah, it was. I
Thank
think it was.
you,
It was
Worcester
78, and I think
Republican City
83
Committee,
was
Ms.
when we
Carroll,
started. 82 or
for
83 is when
uniting
we
our
started our busing
residents
program.
in this beautiful
It's the same
city
thing with
Listen,
in
listen to
Italian.
listen to Attell. She's
Shining
Sorry.
light
dunking on this
onto
lady.
something is the best way to take away its power. Love and unity are how we respond to exclusionary ideologies. The ideas outlined in the Worcester Republican City Committee's petition, the chairwoman and any members of it who endorsed this petition reek of cowardice. You are so fearful of people who challenge a bigoted version of Worcester that you cannot say the quiet part out loud. So I will say it for you. You want Councillor Nguyen, Councillor Tel Hajii, former committee member Jerma Kamara, former candidates Domenica Perrone, Katia Norford, Edson Montero, Jesse Gibson, Aurora Surkadie, and future naturalized American citizens running for office walk up to the city clerk's window and answer, "Are you American? Show me your papers." Your vision of creating two lines on the way to the ballot box, one for naturalized American citizen candidates and one for those born in this country, may speak to some in this community, but they certainly do not to most Worcester residents. Even though you know very well that only registered voters who are either US born citizens or naturalized citizens like Councilor Nguyen and I are allowed to run for elected office, that's not enough for the Republican City Committee. They demand candidates like us and the ones that spoke tonight prove we are American enough by showing our papers. Let me ask this again. Where else in history have we heard this before? As individuals born of different struggles, we have crossed continents, escaped wars, and watched our parents toil hard without complaining and without hating anyone. Ms. Carroll, I want you to know, my mother,
Direct your comments to the chair, please. I'm sorry.
through the chair to Ms. Carroll, I would like her to know that my mother, who escaped war and brought me here as a 19-year-old, texted me before this meeting, told me to take a deep breath, and told me that she couldn't be here because this was way too emotional for her. She asked me this morning, Mr. Mayor, do these people know how hard we have fought to bring you here? So we reject any attempts to separate us into categories that satisfy your divisive nature. Your unconstitutional ideas and the reasoning behind them brought us the Irish need not apply not that long ago. not intimidated by your fear tactics, will run for office again and bear witness to other immigrants, threading together the stories of our parents and grandparents who built this city with their hands, their hearts, their shoulders, and their backs. Our children and our grandchildren will tell our stories of survival, resilience, and public service. What stories will your grandchildren share about you? While you were granted the freedom to broadcast your nativist ideas to the city council, you thought xenophobia would earn you a few website clicks and radio interviews. Take a look around. You stand alone, surrounded by your exclusionary ideas, and a united community in solidarity with current, past, and future immigrant candidates. And right here, 2 city councilors, naturalized US citizens, unafraid to challenge your bigoted ideas. We got elected twice, and there is nothing that you can do about that.
You're in your second
Mr.
5
Manager,
minutes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I would like to read, and I would ask my colleagues to ask for a suspension of the rules.
Motion to suspend the rules, Mr. Chairman.
For what? We're still in the second 5. So,
This petition mirrors the same calls from individuals and toxic pages who have repeatedly demanded that I show my naturalization papers. I'd like to read for the public and all my colleagues a few snippets. Quote, when are you going to release your naturalization papers proving you are an American citizen? You keep saying you are, but you haven't shown proof. Quote, Hajia has never posted her naturalization papers or photos of the ceremony. All you have to do is post where and when with documents and photos of you becoming an American citizen. Quote, you should prove you are an actual citizen. Quote, she just might be a citizen, kind of like a former president from Kenya might be a citizen. They question my citizenship, but they never have the integrity or the courage it took my parents and Councilor Nguyen's parents and thousands of other families to become American citizens. I am here to stay, and I've got nothing to prove to those of you who seek to divide us. We have proudly served our city as elected officials, organizers, educators, youth workers, and policy experts. And our commitment to empathy, unity, and all communities and people is unshakable. We stand against this petition and on the right side of history, along with all Worcester residents who love and value as immigrants. The Worcester community, overwhelming rejection of this petition's birtherism should remind you that extremist ideas will not stand unchallenged. It is time for you to retract them and throw them in the garbage where they belong. We belong here, and we are here to stay. Thank you.
Mayor Petty,
Councilor Russell?
Mayor Petty.
No, we're not allowed to speak. I'm sorry. It's against the rules. You had your
May I
chance
ask for
earlier. No,
suspension? It will help.
no. Councilor Russell.
It will help.
It will help.
We're going to move on. Councilor Russell, go ahead.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if you go into my office, my personal office, it's my real estate office, you would see in the corner of the office, among all the other clutter that I have there, the
Thanks, George.
voter registration card of my grandfather.
That was the petitioner.
Who came here from Lebanon. It didn't even say Lebanon.
Was that the
it said
petitioner?
Syria.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
the people that filled out the papers didn't know enough about what's the difference between Syria or Lebanon. And I think, Mr. Chairman, that someday, not too far from now, people that will inherit the city of Worcester will look back at tonight and look like I look at that document in my office, and I say, gee, something to be proud about, something that when my grandfather came here, that he was hoped that his kids and his grandchildren would take part in this city. And I think that's the hope that we all have. Mr. Chairman, you know, I'm a member of the Democratic City Committee. I was a former member of the Democratic State Committee. I've been a Democrat all my life. But this issue doesn't go Democrat, Republican. This issue goes to basically to trying to undermine the confidence in the electoral process here in our city and in our nation. Mr. Chairman, this is a hateful petition, no matter how way you look at it. How dare these folks come before us tonight? How dare they? And question anyone that's a citizen of the city of Worcester, of the country of the United States, to run for office and to have to show documentation. How dare they come in this chamber or go to the district that I represent, whether it be on Vernon Hill or Grafton Hill or anyone else. Those neighborhoods, the generations have changed. Maybe the languages have changed. Maybe the countries of origins have changed, but the story has always been the same. And that's the story of Worcester. The story of Worcester.
I love Weepy
Immigrants come to
George.
this city for a better life, come to a city because they hope that their families and their families will have a better life, and they're the ones down the road, their grandchildren will have a better life. Mr. Chairman, my only fear, and like you, Mr. Chairman, I go to so many different ethnic events and over the course of our service here in the council. But you don't have to go to those events. All you have to do is talk to the people that we represent, whether they call us for fixing a pothole or they call us because their street isn't plowed correctly. I'm sure it'll be plowed
for no other reason.
now because of the gentleman that's in the back of the room. But, Mr. Chairman, the message is the same. It doesn't matter who they are or where they came from. The
You
message
go on
is the
Gab,
same.
you'll see.
But my fear, Mr. Chairman, is all of us have gone down that rabbit hole, following these folks down that rabbit hole tonight. And that's my fear, because they're going to get press out of it. And that's what they're doing this for. Let's face it. They're doing this tonight so they can get some publicity. They're doing this so they can get some publicity. Well, let the message be heard loud and clear, wherever it goes, all over the country, all over
Your
the state,
dorks.
that the city of Worcester.
George
is a welcoming
Shepton is scratching
community,
his own head.
And this stops here. It stops in the city of Worcester, and it stops in this chamber tonight. And it stops, Mr. Chairman, by a unanimous vote of this city council, which I'm sure we will have to file this item. That's why I'm
Really
here to support
putting
it.
Mo on the spot
Filing the
now.
item. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are you sure?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Want to just begin by saying the solution here in the city of Worcester is not separation. The solution here in Worcester is not separation. As my colleague just mentioned, when you take a look at this petition and what they're trying to do, it's painful. I wanted to begin by saying thank you to my colleagues who are naturalized citizens. I appreciate their service and sacrifice, Mr. Chairman. I'm very proud that, and I've said this a million times on this floor, that we serve on the most diverse city council in the history of the city. Folks of different religions, identities, sexual orientation,
IQ levels.
A Lebanese.
fears, beliefs, political parties, all that.
Even a Mo Bergman.
All walks of life that reflect our city. Will we be more diverse? Perhaps. Will we be? Perhaps, Mr. Chairman. But the solution is not separation. Here in the city of
42
Worcester.
viewers right now. Wow. Thanks everybody
It's
for
very
tuning in,
clear
for joining us tonight.
what the reasoning is for this petition. Very clear.
A dunking.
The last item on this, and must not have.
They're
maybe they
thorough
didn't
trashing.
include this,
Some
is
dweebs that
this
wanted
is a good
this.
and free way to get the Worcester Republican City Committee name better known. Have we gone down a rabbit hole, Mr. Chairman?
Thanks for the follow,
Perhaps.
Oosnails.
Perhaps,
New
but this is
follower.
utter nonsense.
We appreciate
Trickle
you.
down economics.
If you don't follow us,
has been
hit
shown
that
not to
follow
work.
button.
Trickle down.
Subscribe if you like.
xenophobia, racism, fear, separation has made inroads in this city, has made inroads in
There
our
it is.
country and in
Yeah,
our Commonwealth.
subscribe. Hit it. Shoot a
We also have
subscribe
trickled
button.
down.
It's certainly trickling down.
We
Simple
have
answer
trickled
to this
down
petition
economics.
is no.
That's what our housing is.
I've been very clear since this came
what
out,
they
not
tell
on
us
my
about
watch, and very confident, not on the watch of this committee.
I just put in a
This
records
Worcestery
request.
Council.
Any and all emails containing the word naturalized
path
from
that we're
October
on
1st to
matters.
October 15th. So
We've
hopefully
heard
we
that a
figure out
process is
how
in
this got
place.
on the agenda.
A process is in place already. As elected officials, Mr. Chairman.
Did we comment on
there's a lot
Christian's bow
required
tie?
of us.
Because that's fire.
There's a lot required
Yeah,
of our
it's a good bow tie.
administration and our city manager. The concerns are real that this will not just give the publicity that they're looking for, and it will, but it's also going to cast the city in the correct light. It's also intended, Mr. Chairman, to make folks who are naturalized citizens think again, hesitate. Now, this particular petitioner I've known for quite some time in a professional capacity, Mr. Chairman. I've always known her to be a good and just person. This petition, and I'm going to make up a word, is ungood and unjust.
I actually say that all the time. So
yeah,
Part of what
you're
we
in
do
good. You're in good
here
hands here, Christian.
is a reflection of our values and our families. I stand
Get
before
rid of the
you as a first
xenophobia
generation
and get
American.
with the xenomorphia. Am I right?
My
People
parents
look at
came
my
from
new
the island of
skin.
Bermuda.
Dang.
Citizen who may be a judge in short order in one of our states, Mr. Chairman. My brother serves as a major in the U.S. Army, a retired major. I stand before you as a social worker. That's the line. My father-in-law came as a political refugee from Laos. Multiple challenges there. This is a personal matter. It's certainly a personal matter. Part of what we're required to be as a city is deft, to be adept, to be able to adapt to all of the needs in our city. And that requires an elected body that reflects all of those things. So it's not just about looking forward. Sure, we must look forward, Mr. Chairman. We must always be in
Petitioner is
informal motion moving
an
forward.
attorney.
But what we cannot do, what we will not do,
That
what I will not
sometimes works in the
support,
juvenile space is some of the
what I will
information
not
we heard.
support is that we should never see our eyes we should never see ourselves through narrow eyes of limitation of our community, limitation of civic engagement, limitation of life engagement. And again, we talked about what the roots of this is, political roots. And we know that when you shed light on roots and you expose it, it dries up, Mr. Chairman. I totally renunciate and disavow the tenets and the purpose that is requested in the course of action of this petition, Mr. Chairman.
Your second 5.
Thank you. We can't afford to exclude, limit, or chill valuable voices. Can't afford to do it. Now, I know that on this body, we have former leaders.
Bill,
of
what was the
Democratic
final
City
count?
Committee,
Epic's curious.
Republican City Committee, and it speaks to who we are.
52.
We're able to
Not counting
manage
counselors.
our way through local government
3 to 52.
in a way that's responsive and responsible. And
If
yet
you
at
counted the
this point in this
counselors, it would
moment,
be 55.
we sit here in this
6
moment
to 3.
with an attempt
Gio, I
to gain
don't, but
notoriety
maybe I
and
should.
to have folks think twice and to feel as though they are other. I've sat here and I've watched my colleagues be targeted repeatedly. And for this to come through now,
I assume she
in
has
the
eaten a
midst
lot
of
of
what's
saliva in
going on
her
in our country,
restaurant eating
in the midst of what's
experience.
going on with the battle between the political parties, it's disgusting, Mr. Chairman. It's disgusting. I'm looking forward to unanimous roll call vote on this. And I hope the message is clearly sent. The solution is not separation here in the city of Worcester. We will continue to come together and fight all the isms one by one till we're done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilman Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
They're not brave enough, Troubler.
I am a proud Vietnamese refugee. I want to say that again. I am a proud Vietnamese refugee. I am a proud Vietnamese refugees. Let that echo through the chambers and claim all the spaces of City Hall, because I am proud to be a Vietnamese refugee. I want to thank all the community folks who came through and really showed the love and support of Worcester and the welcomeness that we have here. I find this petition extremely hateful and xenophobic. It is absolutely malicious and violent to request any candidates running for elected office to be treated different just because they were not born in the US. This petition creates more barriers for communities of color and immigrants to build power and have their values represented in Worcester. We cannot allow white supremacy and conservatives to continue to harm our communities and prevent future leaders from diverse immigrant backgrounds and a beautiful city, a gateway city like Worcester, for them to be prevented to lead Worcester. To be quite honest, I wasn't gonna really waste my breath on this petition. It is completely ridiculous and unworthy of our time and efforts. As Toni Morrison said, the very serious function of racism is a distraction. It keeps you from doing your work. It keeps you explaining over and over your reason for being. And I will not explain my being, not for anyone. I changed the course of history. Go educate yourself
Can you
about it.
direct your comments to the chair, please?
I could look at you if you want. Go educate yourself about it. I will not explain my being. Go educate yourself about it.
The coolest counselor.
And so I just want to
The
say
two of them right there.
that I do support this motion to file it. And I am disappointed that this even arrived on our agenda tonight. And I want to remind all of us, like many speakers, that we are on Indigenous land. And this hate has no standing here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Ojeda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got to be honest. When I saw this, it just made no sense to me. It made no sense to me. And as I sat here, I just wrote down these words that continue to come up: hate, outrage, disgusting. You know, and it's really tough. But the great
Well, Brendan, you were right. We're going around the horn.
Those words comes strength. It comes Worcester stands in unity.
Did Mo talk?
And as you can see,
Not
that's
yet.
what's going on here tonight.
Nah, I would.
The painful part for me.
I think he's gonna say something wild.
Treating
not.
these barriers for someone like my mother.
There are some interesting voices in the chamber. Somebody's gotta say something interesting.
And is obviously very proud.
George seemed to be pointing his comments towards Mo.
But I just imagine her or my father being from Puerto Rico, and people don't realize you're American if you're Puerto Rican, and showing up to vote for their
I could see
son
Donna not saying anything.
and being asked that question.
He didn't say anything yet.
I know the
Epic.
reaction you would get from my father. He would not be very happy about that. But my mom would probably be deeply, deeply hurt to be proud of who she is.
Mary Ann Carroll got her law degree at the Catholic University of America.
But the also pain part is
weird.
through the chair.
That tracks.
Yeah.
I remember.
Did not know that existed.
An incident that took place. I won't use that person's name, but that person knows exactly who I'm talking to. The people you're talking about were the ones that came to your defense. I'll say that again. The people you're talking about.
I want to know what
are the
this
ones
was
that
about.
came to your
Yeah,
defense
what is this dirty laundry?
when your husband wasn't around.
Whoa.
You men stood up for you. Those men made sure nothing happened to you. And I was there to witness it firsthand. So let's remember that.
What is
Because you're not coming to
this?
their defense now. Let's remember that. Thank you.
Wow.
What?
Holy shit.
God,
What just
damn.
happened?
Council Pasul?
I don't know, but the petitioner just said you're right.
And
I apologize. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand here today firmly against the petition to block naturalized citizens from running for municipal office. This measure is not only divisive, but harmful to our community.
What?
and to
That
the
was
very
like
foundation of our democracy.
some reality TV shit.
I
That
listen
was like
carefully to all of the
Who had
voices of
Ojeda dropping the
divisiveness,
mic in the
how this
friggin'
is
cards
done
tonight?
hateful, has no value. Comments from business owners,
What was it he
teachers,
said?
parents,
When your husband
former
wasn't there
and
to
current elected
protect
Yeah,
you?
these people protected
pastors,
you.
all of these
Made sure
people
nothing
who took
happened to
time
you.
out of their day to come
Holy
down to City
shit, I don't know
Hall on a
what-
Tuesday evening.
obviously,
when
none of
they
us
could have
know
been
what the
at
fuck
home
that was
with their
about. I don't think it was a
families,
threat at all. I think
and
it
they
was
all
a,
took the time
hey,
to
you
support
forgot
our
who the fuck
diverse community.
has
And
had
for
your
the
back.
record,
Who showed
Yeah.
up?
before
Yeah,
people
100%.
And now you're
against
now
this,
you're standing
three
against
spoke
them.
in support.
it definitely wasn't a threat.
But the comment
No,
that
I did
stuck
not read
with
that
me
as a threat in the
most
slightest.
was
It was a
from Edson
reminder.
Montero, who ran for public
A
office,
reminder of
and
what
he
a small
asked,
fucking city this is.
what else
Yeah.
do we need
Know
to
your
do
audience.
to prove we
Oh
belong?
my God, that
What an
ruled.
awful and
Sorry, Jen, I don't even
heartbreaking
care
way
what
to
you say.
feel. Running for public office is a great opportunity.
Jenny's just
to
stating her support for
contribute to
free
your
parking at the
community and help
library.
others. It's also a sacrifice. You're knocking doors, you're away from your family, you're studying, you're in the public eye, you're constantly scrutinized on social media.
Before I
I
forget,
just-
Nelly,
that was
great comments
awful.
tonight, and also tell Manolo
As a proud member of the League of Women Voters,
Good
I've
job,
had the
kid.
privilege of volunteering at numerous naturalization ceremonies right here in Worcester. I've witnessed the pure joy and immense pride on the faces of our new citizens as they take the oath, officially joining the fabric of our nation. League members like myself are often the very first person these new Americans speak to after they receive that final stamp of approval.
I know I've said this at
And for
past
the record, to
streams, but
ask for
just to what Jenny is saying
photos
now,
from
if
a
anyone hasn't actually
naturalization
gone down to
ceremony
Mechanics Hall when they do a
is
naturalization
so
ceremony down there,
inappropriate. You don't even know
it's
how many
pretty
people
fucking astounding. Like, I
Yeah.
challenge you to sit up in the
They come to
rafters
this
at that one in
country
particular
by
and not
themselves,
cry. Like, it's
take the time, spend the money, jump
That sounds
through
cool.
hoops,
I
become a
haven't done that.
naturalized
dude,
citizen,
it's
and no one is
amazing and
even
it's
there for
crazy
them
because it's actually
to
the
take
most
their picture.
nationalist and like
And many
jingoistic thing you'll
times,
ever
as
fucking see,
a
but in the
member of the
context
league,
of
we're
that
the
room,
first person to
like,
offer them
again,
the
I challenge you
opportunity
not to
to
cry.
register to vote.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
No,
moment
I
it's
love
really-
being
symbolizes
moved
their
by
full
patriotism.
inclusion in the democratic process.
That's why I
And
watched
have
Master and Command.
yet to go through a naturalization
I was trying to come
ceremony
up with
where
something,
I
Bill.
haven't
Thank
hugged
you.
someone, I haven't cried. I haven't left feeling so amazing and happy and proud. And that is something I recommend to every single person. Go one time and just see how beautiful it is and how hard people work.
She
to
stole
be
your
here.
idea, Brendan.
These individuals
Jenny's saying the
have
same
worked
thing you just did.
hard. They've
No, that's the only
embraced
reason I
our
mentioned this because
values and
that's
made
I knew that's where
meaningful
she was going with
contributions
it.
to our
It
community.
is
To turn
it's
around and
insane.
tell them
Yeah.
that despite their dedication to this country, there are additional barriers for them to run for office. This is not only unjust, it's an insult to their commitment to the very ideals we hold dear. We should be encouraging civic engagement from all corners of our community, not erecting artificial barriers in front of those who have worked so hard to be a part of our city's future. Naturalized citizens bring unique perspectives.
Brendan,
and
how do we find out
experiences
about
that
him?
enrich
I'll
our
find the
city.
website right
We
now. They
deserve
have a rotating
we
schedule that they
deserve
move
just
through like each
anyone
county.
else born here. Let us show Worcester's naturalized citizens that we truly value inclusion and participation. Let's stand against this harmful petition and send a clear message that in Worcester, we welcome everyone to the table, regardless of where they're born. Thank you.
Councilmember Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too want to stand here tonight and say
Oh, Jack, we're not talking about
this
fucking Mary
item
Keith.
had no
Jesus.
place on this
Pay attention,
agenda. I have no idea, and I guess we'll learn.
Here, I'm
why
Trav.
and
I'm putting
how.
it in our chat. If you can
This
share
item for me,
the links
Mr.
to the
Chairman,
schedule.
as you well know, and all my colleagues here know, I'm a proud member, 20 years, with the Massachusetts Democratic State Party. And I'm very proud to stand here tonight to say that they were very quick to put a statement out about this item on our agenda. We all know why this
Pretty
wind up
shocking,
on
huh?
our agenda. The timing of this
Brendan, what is a
certainly
declaration of homestead
to
in real estate
all of us here in the city of Worcester.
It
too am
it
an
protects you
immigrant
against
daughter.
foreclosure
My
and
dad
loss
and his
in
family
the event
came
of
here,
certain financial
and they paved the
tragedies.
way
There's
for my
you have
family
you have a
that's
built-in
here.
amount of protection in Massachusetts, but I
to
think it only
have
I think it goes up to like
talk
$250,000.
tonight
It
because someone
which doesn't protect the
decided to
value of
put
most
something
property
as
at this point in
hateful.
time. A declaration of
And I will
homestead
say
kind of
that
goes
this is
back to
hateful.
older sets of laws
I
that
spent 16 years on the
declares
Democratic
that
City
property
Committee.
yours in perpetuity in
I
a sense
held
that it
every
can't just be
office
taken
that
from you
there
as
was on that
a
city
matter of a court
committee.
action.
And I held
Okay.
the president's position on the Democratic City Committee. And I'm proud to say that we were always working and welcoming.
Yeah, let's see who these people
everyone.
donated to, huh?
We never pulled this kind of nonsense going after people who have every right in the world to represent those where they live.
No, it doesn't forgive you
Chairman,
like if you just bail on your
I too
mortgage,
stand here
but it
tonight,
does
like
complicate
you
things
yourself.
in terms of your house being used against
Yes,
you in a
this
judgment
does
for
need
other
to be
non-mortgage
filed,
related
but the mere
claims.
fact that
But it doesn't
any
have any restriction
party
on
could think that this
where
gives
you're a
them
legal resident.
notoriety
No.
is really sickening. For me,
Mary
is
Carroll
sickening
donated $100 to
because you
Donna
know what?
Colorio,
If this is what you need
$1,000
to
to Karen
become
Polito.
relevant, I'm not quite sure where the hell you're going because you
Harriet
don't
Chandler,
represent
$200.
those whether they live in the city of Worcester or whether they live in this country. Because
Candy
Mr. Chairman,
being
as
of the
you
Democratic
know,
state,
and
like
we all
the part
know, and
in the
again,
party,
I
makes
have
it very
friends
clear that
on
it's
both sides of
impossible
the
for me to
aisle,
be a
and
Democrat.
I
Like
love them.
whatever party I'm in, it's not hers.
I don't understand why, and what difference.
Yeah, I
does
get it.
this
I will
make
say, Brian, I
for
mean,
this
I worked with Candy a lot
Republican
when
City
she
Committee?
was the chair of the city
only
committee.
thing that
And it
goes
was,
through my mind since
but I
this
think in a way to
item
your point,
hit
it was a different time.
was,
And
is this
I think that's one
something
of those things that sucks is that on a
because
long enough
it's
timeline,
what's happening nationally,
unless
that you
older folks are
think
willing
that you
to
can make people
adjust the way they
fearful,
think and
that you
whatnot,
can take away
you either
people's
get
right
stuck
to
as an
vote?
artifact in
Well,
time
I'll
and
tell you
everything
what,
moves past
yeah,
you, or
maybe they will
you
get
end
some
up getting angry.
headlines,
And
but Worcester will stand there proud and say,
Right, and
you can take all
I
that
also
shit
think
and
that
go home. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
privileged people will protect their spot more than
Yeah.
they'll protect their ideals.
And there's probably no better example in recent history of
Council Bergman.
that
be hard
in
to follow.
2020. A lot of things came at a lot of
I
people
was
who weren't
debating
ready
whether I should
to
just let my
process.
vote speak for my thoughts
Here we
on
go.
this.
Here's
but,
the-
Not apologizing
you
for any of
know,
it. It just
virtually almost everybody has spoken, and I have some of my own thoughts to add that I take a few moments to do that. I don't think this council speaks with unanimity very often, and that's okay. That's democracy.
They won't tonight.
But I think what strikes a nerve with a lot of people, myself included, is the whole notion of immigration and naturalization. I think every one of us, whether our own family came and were naturalized citizens, or like my family, first generation, and many others on this council, first and second generations, most of our families went to hell and back to be able to become American citizens. Now, my own family chose to come to America despite staying 4 extra years.
Like,
They
I'm
worked
glad
toward
Mo's
Europe,
saying this,
risking
but
their
I
lives
kind of
again,
wanted somebody to
because
speak
they
against it
believe
just
in
to
the
make it
American
interesting.
dream.
It's
When
you
I
could
first
hate on
ran for
somebody.
city council, I
Well,
didn't
Donna
even know
Colorio is a
one
member
of the
of.
things I did was drive
Mhm.
back to the neighborhood.
Is she in the room?
Yep.
First settled on Vernon Hill, and look at some of the signs that were supporting me and other signs that supported others, and think about what a good decision my parents made to come to America. Because at the end of the day, It didn't really matter whether you became a citizen yesterday, or whether you became a citizen 10 years ago, or whether you were born here as a
Yes, he did.
So this, I think, strikes a nerve with everyone, because I think there's a sense of fairness we all believe we should be operating under. And I don't think this.
Her first political
sense of-
donation,
I think it reeks
Mary Carroll, was to Guy
of a
Glitz.
sense of unfairness. I don't know what the intention was. I'm not going to pile it on.
Checks out.
But
Yep.
I know I called the clerk's office when I first read it, because I thought maybe I missed something, and it was confirmed to me that you have to be a registered voter, which means you have to be a registered citizen. So to me, this doesn't really accomplish anything other than some of the hurt and some of the feelings that are on display tonight. So I'll certainly support the motion to file, but I just wanted to add one other short story. When my parents came to America and landed at Union Station Christmas Eve,
Yeah, Pamela Barnes gives a
it was
lot
there
of money
selling
to Dr.
American
Cologne.
flags. They told my parents that in order to stay in America, in Worcester, you had to own an American flag. My parents asked them how much it would cost. I said, "How much do you have on you?" And my parents emptied their pockets, and the person said, "Well, it costs more than that, but I feel bad for you, so I'm going to give you the flag for whatever you have." Of course, he did it to everybody. He was probably the first charlatan they met in Worcester, Massachusetts. But they displayed that flag on that street more often than people that were born in America displayed their flag. They knew every holiday that flag was supposed to be displayed on. And I just think that their
That might be
experience
the most humanizing story that Mo has ever told
maybe more
publicly.
so.
And
sometimes
it makes a
people
lot of
like
sense that he
myself
grew up to
maybe
be a
take it for
charlatan.
granted.
The American dream, baby.
And it was that day I learned how it was done.
But there's not. Once you believe in America, you believe
I
in
wish
America.
somebody just got up
That's the end
and
of the story. Thank
no one else besides Gio will get this, but
Ooh, Donna is
just gave
speaking.
a Dusty Rhodes speech.
Thank you. As usual, I will make this very short and sweet. I will let my
Shut
vote
Just turn her back on her friends.
witness to support my colleagues and support the mayor's motion to file. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a couple of quick questions for my last couple of minutes. Only because this has been a quite extended public process, and there were some questions that were asked pertaining to this particular item getting on the agenda, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to give the opportunity to our clerk, so through the chair to the clerk, if you can kind of explain the rationale for putting this on the agenda. I am a person who I do not believe that it was mistakenly put in. I don't think it was inappropriately placed upon the agenda. But I would like the public to hear the rationale behind that. And if that's to the clerk or to the solicitor, whomever, someone could please speak to that before we end this process.
Mr. Clerk.
Through the mayor or through the chair to the council. So basically the petitioner came forward. We followed the rule of the city council, which states that we have to consult with the solicitor for the petition being proper before this body tonight. The solicitor confirmed that it would be proper if it stated a charter change request, and that's what's before you tonight. I don't know if the solicitor has any more to add to that, or if I'm
Thank you,
misrepresenting
Mr.
what
Chairman.
happened.
To the solicitor, if he could just explain.
It's the city solicitor's fault.
Constitutionality, et cetera. If you could just speak and make a public statement, so folks can have an understanding of.
So sick.
You can just dog yourself out real quick.
Through the chair to the counselor, picking up on what the clerk had to say, we looked at this and it was asking the city council to come up with new policies for making eligibility to elected office in the city. So I said, it's asking for a charter change that's within the scope of the council's authority. And that's what Rule 11 is. Matters that have to be before the city council, be under the authority of the city council under jurisdiction. So not looking at the content of judging the content of the petition, that's not for me to put my judgment in front of the council's judgment. I think what you're seeing is what I anticipated was a robust discussion, and if the council feels this is important, then it will vote it down. If the council wanted to go forward, it may.
Is the lawyer giving us
wasn't
the
for me.
loophole right now? As long as we frame any petition in the context of a potential charter change, they're going to push anything straight to the floor?
It's unconstitutional, so
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, just in closing, thank you for the solicitor. Make this statement.
Petition to consider a charter
I
change
think
to
that,
advertise the Worcestery Council Theatre 3000
Yep.
Twitch
Yep.
stream on city council meetings.
Our immigrants
100%.
are our naturalized citizens, are our refugees. I know that firsthand from my family.
To invite a contributor to the table next to
reclaiming what it is
the
to be a
swollest
patriot here
himself.
in Worcester. There's been a lot of rhetoric around that. It's been co-opted. And this vote, again, will
Anyone
send
catch the name of the guy in the
one
Wormtown?
message about that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
In the Wormtown,
Okay, well, thank you, everyone, and I think we have I'd like to correct, though, the city manager personally does not get involved with putting things on the agenda, so everybody know that. So the motion is to file. All those in favor?
Mr. Chairman, roll call, please.
Roll call. So, and we have roll call. Motion to file.
Counselor Bergman,
Yes.
Counselor Calorio,
Yes.
Counselor Agie,
Yes.
Counselor King,
Yes.
Counselor Morrow Carlson,
Yes.
Counselor Nguyen,
Yes.
Counselor Ojeda,
Yes.
Counselor Pasillo,
Yes.
Counselor Russell,
Yes.
Counselor Toomey, and Mayor Petty.
Yes.
So Kate's not there.
Kate picked a good one to miss.
She couldn't. She knew she
Okay,
couldn't
We have
possibly
going
vote to
back to
file
the agenda,
this.
7A to 7C.
So it'll stand that
the
she
hearing.
abstained.
And so the motion is to open the hearing for 7A, B, and C. Anybody opposed to these items?
Bingo.
Nobody opposed. Motion is to close the hearing. And motion is to adopt. All those in favor? Opposed, so ordered.
I'll just throw that on.
Executive session, we'll see where we are at the end of the night. And petitions, 10A, refer to Public Works. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 10B to 10E, refer to Traffic and Parking. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 10F to 10I, set a hearing date for October 22nd, 2024. All those in
3 hours
favor,
on one
opposed, so
item,
ordered.
3 minutes on everything else.
10J, Catherine Holmes requests that free parking for visitors of the Worcester Public Library main
You
branch.
know,
with
you want to
the
walk
city
off on the
manager.
win.
Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Michael Grandone requests the city council inform the college and state of Worcester that the city of Worcester will no longer provide police department, fire department support, and therefore said colleges must provide finance support, maintain their
Motion
own
to file.
on-campus police and fire departments. Motion to file. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We already did 10L.
Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think the resolution, I don't think we actually took a roll call on it.
Oh, we didn't. That's right. We did not. So go back to 10, what was that? What was
8A.
that? 8A? So 8A on Council King's motions, that was for Ava Ortiz. So roll call.
Counselor Bergman,
Yes.
Counselor Calorio,
Yes.
Counselor Agie,
Yes.
Counselor King,
Yes.
Counselor Morrow Carlson, Counselor Nguyen,
I'm surprised that she's still there.
Who's talking to her?
Counselor
It was the
Russell.
guy in
That's
the
Worm-
Wormtown. Yeah.
Wormtown,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Yes, we have non-city council appointments. We have 11.1A and B. So motions to file. I want to thank them for their service, other affairs, and for the planning board. And motion to file. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Recommended appointment. This is a vote for the council. Martha Goodwin, the advisory committee on the status of women. Roll call.
Counselor Bergman.
Yes.
Counselor Calorio.
Yes.
Counselor Agie.
Yes.
Counselor King,
Yes.
Counselor Morrow Carlson, Counselor Nguyen,
Yes.
Counselor Ojeda,
Yes.
Counselor Pasillo,
Yes.
Counselor Russell, Toomey, and Mayor Petty.
Yes, we have 11.3A and B, and we take them collectively to advertise the proposed ordinance.
Which was 11.3A.
I'm sorry, 11.3.
I just had this wild idea
These
that
are on
maybe
the,
this public lashing
negotiated
opened this
contract.
lady's eyes.
So motion is to advertise. Take them
It could be like
collectively.
our own Christmas story.
Counselor Bergman.
Yes.
In
Counselor
October.
Calorio, Counselor
It's
Agie,
extremely,
Counselor King.
Oh, it's unlikely as hell.
Carlson,
But
Counselor Nguyen,
whatever Ojeda said hit her.
Yes.
yeah, that's true. Because she was apologizing, which
Toomey,
is crazy.
Mayor Petty.
You're
Yes.
right. I'm sorry.
11.4A, transmitting information
Something
communication.
that's never been said in city council before.
Preservation Act. So,
Will never be said again.
So people will be ready in mid-spring, or just real quickly, so the applications will be available mid-spring, or is it January? Spring? Okay, so it's going to be the spring. Council Bergman?
Can I just ask a question through you to Mr. Dunn on that? With respect to the CPA funds, if us as, if any of us as city councilors want to advocate for particular use, do we advocate on the council or do we advocate to the CPA? In other words, what's the process in communicating to the board that we're
Gio, I just can't
asking
help
for
but
certain
like
items to
imagine
look
what it
at?
feels like to have what feels like the
Through
whole
the
community
chair to
come
the
out against
counselor, I
you.
believe the
To
most
have the only
appropriate
two
venue
people
to
that you
do that
came
would be
with
when the
talk in
Community
favor of the
Preservation
thing that
Committee
you worked
has
for.
their meetings
She must
in
have
terms of
felt
evaluating the
something like that
proposals and
before. She
applications
feels
that
like
they
she has a lot
receive
of
through that
unpopular
process.
opinions.
Once they do come up with their
At that
recommendations,
level,
it still
that
does
must
require
hurt
a city
something
council
fierce.
vote for appropriation of those funds. But I think in the context of evaluating those proposals, my understanding is that when it does come to the city council for appropriation, it's similar to the budget process where you have certain authority within that request for appropriation, but not at that point the evaluation and recommendations of the committee will have been completed. So I think it's during that process to kind of weigh in and maybe attend one of those committees and testify.
Are they, through the chair, will they be on a schedule that we will know about?
Through the chair to the council, yes, they'll all be publicly advertised, an official board and commission of the city, so they'll be publicly advertised like any other board or commission.
Thank you.
Through the chair to the council, I just want to add to that. I think if I'm trying to get at your question, if you or the council has a desire for a particular project, an area that they want to be able to, the city to tag on, the city can also be an applicant. The administration can be an applicant to these funds. So the request can come from the council to myself, the administration, and then we can then submit an application based on those needs
That's helpful.
to the committee.
I know we're a little bit
Yeah, of
uncharted
course our
waters
friends
because
left.
It's a new committee, but thank you. That's helpful.
Okay, yes. Send that to the Economic Development Committee. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Department of Public Works, first item is transmitting information and communication relative to the 2024 Fall Leaf Collection Program. So I think it'd be
No.
November 4th. So
No
everybody-
one talk about this, please.
Councilor Hayter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Oh, no. The worst one to talk about it.
He might have some tea on leaves. Let's give the man a chance.
We're on the leaf collection.
Yep, right here. Just a quick question. Geez, maybe a couple. So just a quick question, I guess through the chair to the administration. It says residents will be notified many ways, which is good, but one is through Alert Worcester. Is there a way to figure out how many people have already signed up for Alert Worcester to get an idea? Do we have that now, or?
Mr. Manager?
To the chair to the council, we can be able to provide it to you through via an email or what have you. I think we have the ability to know what residents have signed up. You want to know.
Can I try to ban cigarettes again, please?
It's their
Just one more
email-
time.
I mean, their phone numbers. That
We're all really fired up right now. It might
Just
go different
wanna
this
know where
time.
We can identify the particular areas that people are.
Hear me out.
Okay, thank you. And so leads me to my next question to the chair. It says here, Chandler Street, Wednesdays, 8:30 to 3 p.m. and 299 Clark Street, Wednesdays, 8:30 to 3 p.m. But at the Millbury site. on
All those dry
Wednesdays,
leaves in the
8:30
street,
to 7
huge fire hazard with people flicking lit
no,
cigarette
3
butts out
p.m.
the
is
windows
probably
of their cars.
people that get out of work at
It's been
5.
so rainy. They're fine for now.
I myself would love
And
that.
Matt, if you smoked a
is there
J
reason why
with
we
a
don't,
leaf, that would
like,
taste so
that
bad.
those other sites are open to 1
Burning
to
leaves
7,
have such a
and the other two
distinct
are only
smell.
1 to 3?
I personally believe, in our family, we believe you got to leave the leaves.
Just because I think it'll help out the residents.
You just let 'em-
Shouldn't rake your lawn.
Further
It's
away
bad
from-
for the
I mow my
environment.
leaves.
I mean, I mow them once at the beginning of fall for the first one's fall. And then as it gets later in the year, you just leave them. Where bees and bugs and little creatures, they hide in there during the winter. This guy mic is off.
Mic check.
Bob Moylan does not need a microphone.
Why the fuck?
That'd be great.
So-
And then one last thing. It says.
This has been something we haven't talked about yet. Worcester is from this guy's era in terms of road infrastructure, design, everything. Why
One of
would
the
we
things
hire
that,
him back? It's
running for
like
council, we really
hiring
made
the mafia guy that gets out of prison,
residents not getting that
like
information.
to lead the organization.
This here for
Right?
24 to 48 hours. I remember, I believe it
For
was.
real.
It's
Shaun
very
was-
hard to believe that he's going to be down for implementing things like curb cuts and traffic calming.
At the same time, there was a
You should
project.
be like, no, the traffic engineers say the car should drive as fast as possible.
Street pickup, and it was an election time. So I just want to make sure that when we do have.
I think the
these,
theory with Bob Moylan
street
was
cleanups,
always,
that there's
I
no
think
other project
the polite way to
many
frame
times
this.
before because it's
Towards the end of his
There
career,
we go.
they're just not
you
able
never
to
really knew where in the
to
city
make
Bob
sure
Moylan was going to wake up.
ahead for that stuff.
Counselor,
So if you were one of Bob Moylan's
obviously, we
employees,
work
the last
to,
thing that you
very
ever
hard to
wanted
make
was
sure
Bob
that we
Moylan to
pick
have to
up,
get home or get to the
the
office
needs
and
on
like
every
that
street
street
throughout
not be
the
the one that
city.
was plowed perfectly.
And at the same
Or like
time,
to have him hit a
we
pothole,
all
like
gotta
coming through
recognize
an
that
intersection that he didn't normally
winter
drive
season
through. So that,
Right.
there's always
Keep
been
it
this
on.
argument that
Time
our
to
infrastructure
get
was
work
like
done
dialed
before
in
winter.
perfectly
So,
because there
I
was
think
this
that our crews,
fear hanging over the head
have
of every
the,
DPW
knowledge, the
employee that
wisdom, and,
Bob
the
Moylan might
wherewithal
actually
to
cross
work
one of your.
around those
Everyone that's come after
impediments,
him,
should
like
they
didn't live in
exist,
Worcester or were
so
like
that we
transplants.
can
They're
get
just
leaves collected on
they
each
they
and
went to the
every
office, they went
We
home.
will try to give
Bob was a bit
notice,
of a free spirit,
as indicated in that
and there was
memorandum,
a much greater risk
24 to
that
48 hours.
he was going to see that
There
you
are
weren't doing your fucking
multiple
job.
outlets by which people can avail themselves to understand and know when we will be in their neighborhood. So
That's very funny.
this is an effort that we put a lot of pride in. We need a little bit of cooperation from the abutters, and we seem to get it every year. So I'm expecting that we're going to have a very successful leaf collection program.
Thank you.
And I appreciate that, and that's, just as a counselor, that's one thing I want to make sure that the residents know, the abutters know that, you know, there's a serious process to this, and there's levels to this, and we need this.
There's levels to this shit.
Much information. I
There's
can pass
levels
along
to this shit.
is why I'm happy.
And he always talked just like that too, which I mean, it just inspires confidence
Sure,
that
welcome
they're doing
back.
everything. It's like
I think. Okay, so we can file that item. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Transfer information, communication of the tree planting plans for fiscal 2025. It's another Public Works. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Transfer information, communication of the revised lead and copper rule, which I found very interesting. It's another Public Works. Those in favor? Oh, Councilor,
Quick
oh, yeah.
question. So, and I'm not going to go to that paperwork right now. It's all over the place. No, this is great stuff. The only question I have is the residents are notified. When do they have to notify the city? I didn't see anywhere on there. I think they once they get the addresses or the locations of the properties, the city has 30 days. And then to notify the residents. When do the residents get back to?
Commissioner, is this, are you talking about the lead and copper rule? Yeah.
Yes. Unless I'm on the wrong one, I apologize. Can you tell me what number that is again?
11.7C.
Yes. So right here it says, upon completion and submittal of inventory and searchable online database, October 16th, 2024, the city will have 30 days to notify the owners of any building served by either a lead service line or service line unknown. About the notification letter saying, I'd just like to know, what is the timeline for property owners to get back to the city? Because of I guess it's saying that their service line. So it's more of just understanding through which the property owner can initiate a work order. For
Bob Moylan's like Tony Soprano's.
Determine their service line.
What's it? It's like his cousin that gets out of
So
jail.
when's the-
He's a total hard ass. God, what's his name?
Turn on that.
Steve Buscemi?
No, before that.
Through the
Oh, okay.
chair, as indicated.
Ends up
in the-
dating,
we're expecting somewhere
Janice.
in the neighborhood of 1,500. I think I put 1,000
Yeah, I
in my
can't remember the name.
report, but
Back up to me.
it's close to 1,500 locations where we will identify as being unknown. We will notify those homeowners that the service line delivering water to their house is of unknown
We
material.
have strong feelings in the chat.
Again, the good news is Worcester never allowed lead connections we've never found one yet in our 46,000 locations that we have surveyed. So there is no reason that we think we would find one. However, once we notify the homeowner, they can get back to us whenever they want. So it's at their schedule.
Okay.
Our obligation is to just let them know that they have a water service that we have categorized as unknown, and that because of the EPA language could be lead. There's no reason for us, however, to believe that it is lead.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. So send, Councilor King?
Yeah, I apologize. You ran through the tree item.
We can go back.
Okay, can I speak on that now or no?
Yeah, we may finish this one here. We're going to send out the Public Works. Council, you want that in Public Works? No, you file it? File it? Okay, motion to file. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We're going back to B for tree planting plans for fiscal year 2025.
Yeah, I just want that in my committee. My committee deals with urban trees and environment. So I'd like to have that discussion as defined here in my committee, perhaps send it to both. We have a tree commission under us and all that stuff.
I don't know if it goes into trees, it goes into...
I didn't make this committee. It's your you made this committee. Just trees. We got the
Council Russell?
commission, We got the whole thing.
Okay,
send it to
Council
both.
Russell is fine with it. Yeah. Council Pasillo?
Can we split it? Or I'll just come to your committee. You take it and I'll come to the meeting.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Okay.
All right, cut
Your
it in
information
half, and then
communicates relative to
whoever
the best course of action to repair or replace the pedestrian
can't
bridge.
stand
connect-
to hear about
and,
that. That's who it
connects
belongs
Illinois, Crystal, and Canterbury streets.
Going into an election year, everyone wants trees.
Okay. Those in favor, opposed.
Dan
so
Barnes is
ordered.
Ted Costa's campaign manager.
Transmitting information communication of the implementation of 25 miles per hour statutory speed limit coming your way.
did great.
And that's traffic council. Gloria?
Thank you. Thank you. I just have a quick question for the commissioner, through the chair to the commissioner.
The hell was that?
There's yard signs in this as well, because I did already get a couple emails that they would like yard signs to alert people of the reduction of the speed limit. How do they get the long signs? And if they do they have to, are you just gonna go to door knocking on people's houses and put them up on major streets? I don't know what the process is, through the chair.
Commissioner?
Through the chair to the council, we're asking residents to contact our office at mobility@worcesterma.gov to request the signs. Then we'll make sure that they're available to them. But contacting the Department of Transportation Mobility is the best way to get a lawn sign.
And is there, through the chair, is there any kind of requirements, like they have, obviously they should be on a busy street with visibility. I mean, you don't want them on a dead end or should I just filter all the calls?
Don't
to see-
discriminate against me because I'm on a dead end.
Through the chair, we're happy to speak with everyone who's interested in having a sign. As you noted, certainly we'd like to see those on busier streets, but we'll see how much demand we have for them.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Refer that to traffic and parking. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We have Law Department, transmit information, communication of the opinion regarding the, we're going to hold, council has asked, we hold 11.15A and B under privilege. So now we're on 11.15C, transmit information, communication relative to update on negotiations with Charter Spectrum. So send that to Public Service and Transportation. All those in favor, Councilmember Carlson.
Here's your sign.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I know that this council has asked in terms of the senior discount. I just feel like this document doesn't really give us what we need. So, for example, is it that we are saying to seniors that they need to call the cable company and apply for that? And now in this document that we received, the communication says that they've done a new, different program because they've lost several customers. Is that what that's saying? There is a lot of questions in this document from, quite frankly, from the administration. I think we need some of these questions answered because several months ago we talked about the senior discount, and we're still in the same place today that we were several months ago. How is it that the senior program is going to be laid out at Charter? Do the people need to call them? It appears in this document that they finally have somebody on board who knows that, because I know previously everybody who called, they said, no, we don't have a senior discount.
Of course.
So through the chair to the city manager, do we have any better information than what we have in this packet? Because I got to tell you, this left a lot of questions. Number one, what was the discount before? When is it we said that we were okay with them reducing the discount? Do they have the right to reduce that discount? And if they do?
Mr. Trainer?
What the fuck?
I feel like that it's like the cable company, and not to be, but I
Okay,
feel
you can
the
be.
cable company at this point is trying to snow the snow lady.
Mr. Trainer?
Through the chair.
What?
Snow lady? Is she the snow lady?
Letter that we received from Charter was telling us.
Trying to snow the snow lady. What the fuck kind of expression is that?
Process. Our lead attorney, the outside
belongs in a
counsel,
t-shirt.
brought up the discount. What are you doing, Charter, to make this work better? They're saying that they now have done training with their customer service representatives, so they're getting a reduction.
It sounds dirty, is what it sounds like.
We told the
discount
customer
itself, they
service
have not,
representatives to stop lying to old people.
drop the amount of the discount. They're reading the license one way if it only applies if you have only basic cable. We have not agreed to that yet. We've held that out as an issue that we're going to circle back to. We don't believe that it's the value, the percentage discount would be on what's the cost of basic, even if you're not getting just basic. So that's an argument that's ongoing right now.
What are they gaveling for?
But this was just to say they've seen a drop in the customers' complaints.
Somebody trying to snow the snow lady?
Yes, people need to call Charter to apply for the discount or apply through the Cable Services Division. I think they can assist individual subscribers as well.
So I guess through the chair to the solicitor, what I'd like to see for us is, number one, what was the discount previously? And what are we looking at for a discount moving forward on the seniors? And I guess the next question is so now they're saying it's on basic cable, just basic cable and not the full. If you were somebody who you're a senior and you decided that you wanted every pay station, are they saying at this point that you don't have a discount?
Well, you got bread
Was that
then.
the way it was before? And Mr. Chairman, I think what this council had asked for previously is whatever that discount was that we were getting, that's minimally what we're looking for.
Yeah, I just checked it. Donna Clorio is still the secretary
Chair
of the
Council,
Republican City.
The amount of the discount has not changed. They've not reduced the discount.
We're all trying to figure out who did
They've
this.
Consistently interpreted the contract to say it's only.
I was like, maybe that's, old information that I'm working off of. Nah, I'm looking at a 2024
value of the basic tier. So if you're getting beyond basic tier, you can still say, okay, what's it? If you're just getting basic, if it's $10, you're going to take 20% off of that. $10. That's going to be your discount. That's a current license issue that that's a sort of a side issue we're dealing with on the negotiations. We haven't addressed with Charter what's going forward in any new license on a Charter on a senior discount. So we haven't got to that yet.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, the other question that I have is, in reading this document, the document basically is saying now the seniors need to be income eligible. That was not, it doesn't say it exactly how I just said it, but if you read this document, basically now what it's saying is that there's a criteria for the senior to meet. Now, my understanding is previously it wasn't based on income for a senior discount.
Through the chair of the council, no, it has been. The last two licenses have always had the eligibility, income eligibility, or Social Security, or if they're on disability payments. That's been in since, I think, the 2010 license.
So the eligibility is you have to be on Social Security or disability. It's not income driven through the chair to Mr. Trainer.
That's what I meant by income driven, was the Social Security. But it's not like it caps it off at a certain amount of income. You don't apply for the, you don't qualify for the benefit. So I think I just misinterpreted what your question was, but it's the Social Security or disability income payments. But it's not like if you make more than $40,000, you don't qualify for the discount. It's not that kind of income eligibility.
Well, I was going to say that reading this document, that's what it said to me. So I'd like us to have some clarification on some of these things.
It's weird how two
so that
stupid
we
people
know.
couldn't
And
figure
then
this out.
My last question is, I guess at some point, this is
Suaro, she voted to file
how
along
is
with
it
everybody
that
else.
we're
She
going to
sold out her
notify
own city committee.
She
Republican
sold out the
city
committee on which she is a secretary.
for their
It could have been her that filed it.
seniors.
What secretaries do?
How Charter's not doing this.
Through the chair of the council, I would think that going forward, we would do public service announcements on the government channel, letting people know about the eligibility. I don't know what we've done in the past to get the word out. I'd have to go back and look.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we've.
But well, through the chair, I remember at one point we had a robust number of people coming in. I remember working with Judy Warren, coming up with a form for people to fill out to get their application. We had a lot at one point, and it sort of tailed off at some point. But
I just say through.
That must have been Judy Griffin that was on the other side of
I know
the
since I've been here, I learned about the senior discount through one of the previous board members.
Yep.
So, but thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Councilor King?
Mr. Chairman, I would just like an update from the, well, not an update, I'd like just to encourage the city manager to be responsive to the prior order that's still outstanding pertaining to any legal remedies on behalf of our seniors in relation to the folks who didn't get what they should have received previously, Mr. Chairman. We made that order many months ago and would like a report.
Yeah, I believe I'm
back on the
paying,
order.
I think I'm
So
paying
just an encouragement
90-ish now.
Mr. Manager?
Or just the internet.
Yeah, through the chair to the council, just to
So
answer quickly on that, the reason why we haven't brought that forward is because we're currently in negotiations, and that's part of the negotiation. If we feel as though that charter is not doing their part in responding to the current negotiation about the senior discount, then we will pursue any other legal ramifications or even lawsuits against charter. But again, currently we're in the midst of a negotiation, and so when that comes back to us, and that's one of the part is this particular program. And so if we don't feel satisfied with what the council has requested, community, and what we stand for in terms of that discount and that program, then we will pursue other things. Right now, I think it wouldn't be premature for us to be able to do that.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. The order wasn't pertaining to moving forward. It was more taking a look back and trying to claw back discounts and monies that seniors have already expended that they perhaps should be privy to. So I'll take another look at the order, Mr. Chairman, and I know that. Well, I guess the question to the chair is that something we could discuss in executive session? It's based since we're negotiating the contract. Like, can we discuss that? Like, I know we tried to discuss stuff previously, and we were told no, there's not an active lawsuit. Well, can we have some discussion regarding the negotiation in executive session, just in general?
Mr. Trainer?
Through the chair of the council, negotiations on contracts like that don't qualify for any of the exemptions in the open meeting law. We couldn't do an executive session.
All right.
I will just add that the issue of the past compliance is still an open issue as we negotiate.
Okay.
The going forward as well as the looking back. So it's-
Okay.
they're all going to get tied together at some point.
Thank you.
Okay. Council Russell?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think Councilor King might have asked pretty much what I was going to ask. How's that sound, right? But because
How's
we're
that
going
sound?
forward trying to talk to charter, how about going back?
Impossible.
You know, it's like how many senior citizens over the years have, myself included, by the way, I'm senior citizen, I'm over 65. I didn't renew, but I called.
How
Charter,
about
asked
going
them,
back?
I see your discount. They said, we don't know what you're talking about. And that was only a few months ago. So how
Have you heard
about all the
Kamala?
other
We're not
senior
going back.
citizens and all the money they paid over the years? So, Mr. Chairman, I just asked for a detailed report on that. That's the
Mr. Manager?
Looks like you want some.
It'd be kind of hilarious if Worcester
To the council,
filed,
part
like,
of
put
the
together a class
negotiation
action
was also
lawsuit
looked at
and
the
like
previous 10 years that they committed to
put charter out
many
of business,
contracts
spectrum
that
out of
they may not
business
be
by like going back to
fulfilled,
1983
and
and
that we
just
wanna make sure
suing
that
on
they
behalf
fulfill
of
and
every
we
dead elderly
constantly
person that overpaid on their
There's
cable
a
bill.
combination of happening both ways that we're trying to address with charter.
Right, but, and I understand that going forward, but my point is what about the money they took from the senior citizens of the city of Worcester? Is there a plan from the city of Worcester to encourage them or to make them return the money they took that they weren't supposed to take under the existing contract? Is there an effort being made to do that?
Mr. Manager?
To
return that money?
There's an effort being made right now that is part of the renegotiations, and the look forward takes into consideration the impact that they had in the look back. If we don't feel as though they're not willing to
What does that mean?
rectify that issue, then that's something that we can pursue.
Mr. Chairman, I would encourage the manager. I know the way this works. I know the manager has the right to do this contract without our specific approval, but there needs to, the senior citizens of the city need to be made good. Money has been taken from them that was unjustly taken under the current contract. They need to be made good. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you,
Chairman.
Council. So we'll send that to traffic and parking. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. I must say, that's the traffic and parking. I meant public service.
Traffic and parking.
It's getting late.
Just voted against
It's a long night.
Motion to adjourn.
Everybody use your
Send the Council Kings Committee.
googly eyed petty emotes.
Okay. What's that?
Miss Muffet, I don't know if this would be helpful in your case. Last year I was having terrible service with
Okay, never mind. Okay.
Spectrum.
Here's more
I
information
finally got a
communicated
guy to
out
come out to the
the
house who
Party
lived
Works
in my
bars the
neighborhood
city.
from
Send
charter,
safety.
and I mentioned to him that looking through the
Ordered.
basement and whatnot, I felt like all of the copper running into the house was original to Greater Media Cable stringing it. And he kind of smiled at me and like said,
Finance
"Yeah, it
items.
totally is." And we only replace that stuff that people recognize and ask. He spent the rest of the day
Discuss 11.35A through C, 11.36A and B.
and looking around a little bit
37A. Motion was adopted on the roll call.
between 3 and
Roll
5.
call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council
Coaxial
Calorio?
cable.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
And like most
Councilmember
of Worcester
Carlson?
was strung
Council
from the
Mia?
pole to the
Yes.
house
Council
again in
Haya?
the 80s
Yes.
when
Council
Greater Media
Pasillo?
Cable
Yes.
first came to
Council
Worcester.
Russell?
Yes.
There's like
Council Toomey? and Mayor
there's
Pike.
really no reason for Spectrum to be going around and rerunning the entire city with coax, but that's what they should be doing every again probably 5 to 10 years because of the combination of like cold weather and sun. It's all like crack sheathing and whatnot that slows down speeds or just cuts it out altogether.
Located at
As he reads.
My service has been bomb-proof since they did that, by the way. I haven't had any sort of disruptions.
Request Commissioner of Public Works repaint this crosswalks intersection of May and Zenith Drive.
As he reads.
Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Council Haggai and Council Pasillo request the city manager request Commissioner of Transportation Mobility implement interim traffic calming measures at the Newton Square Rotary, such as better signage for pedestrians and other feasible measures.
As he reads.
All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request the city manager work with the mayor to create a small business task force in the city. I'll be quick from here if you want. I know it's getting late.
Uh-oh.
I think it's small businesses. I think
Oh,
all the councils
did we
will
talk about this before?
in
Is
small
this
business. You
happened
talk to a
while I
small
stepped away
business,
for a minute?
first thing they say is how much pressure
Yenny,
they're
thank
under.
you so much
If they're a
for
restaurant, it's
gifting
the
5
cost
subs
doing
to
business.
the
It's the cost of
community.
everything.
Whoa.
Safety
Yeah,
rules,
she
unfortunately.
started a hype train all on her own.
Food cost is very expensive.
Holy
Employees are hard
shit,
to
Yenny,
find.
that rules. Thank you.
So it'd be good to have a good listening session. We just heard from
Thank
a
you,
couple,
Yenny. That's awesome.
Tony Carmo and Andy Serrato, who put a little commission together I think this week I heard something about that. And but so people,
It's
my
very
point
kind
is
of you.
people are
Thank you.
interested in small business and how we operate. So
Chairman,
okay, Council.
I would suggest that we have at least one member of this council
Sure.
on that committee.
Okay. Small business person. Okay. Councilmember Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So Mr. Serrato and I believe Tony Economo.
He did something this past week. I thought I read something.
Right.
In the paper.
So they had started something. Is that what you're?
No,
Okay.
this is ours. This would be the Worcester City
Okay,
Council.
I just needed to be clear on
No.
that. And in terms of the small businesses and with this.
No, Candy, they don't go here.
Task force, I think it's a great idea, obviously. Just who is it that we're going to be recruiting to serve on that task?
That's something we can talk about. Yep.
Okay, great, thank you.
I want on that task
Councilor Russell.
force.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to state just for the record that I think, first of all, former Councilor Economo, obviously has a lot of, does an awful lot of good things for the community, as does Mr. Serrato, and I look forward to the work of the committee that they're doing.
Jenny, keep a straight
but
face challenge.
I was concerned of the press release that was done or the news article that was done, because it gave an impression that because Phil Nidry does not work for the city anymore, that there was no one there. So I was texting back and forth with Mr. Dunn about that, because I think it's important that the administration gets out the message that that position has not been vacated, and that there are plenty of staff members ready, willing, and able in the manager's office to facilitate anything that small businesses need. And I think that information is important, that message is straightened out and corrected, because and to have them work in conjunction with that group and anyone else who wants to work with them.
That's a good point. Yeah. Okay, with that as amended, all those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Okay, we have next, Councilor Bergman, that the City Council, City of Worcester, to hereby support House Bill 2953, and act around the payment of lower taxation. Councilor Bergman.
This was held last week, Mr. Chairman. Looking at a copy of House Bill 2963 right now. As we discussed last week, and I gave an example of just one college university, which was WPI, if we took the residential tax rate and applied it to all the properties they own and multiplied it by just 25%, which is what the House bill is suggesting, there'd be almost $7 million additional revenue to the city of Worcester. This is not a city proposal. There are city officials that have signed on, but I see the State Rep LaBeouf is one of the signatories on this, as well as some other familiar names. So there are some Worcester representatives on this, but at the end of the day, this is before the state legislature, and I'm simply asking this body to support it. It would give us extra funds, well-needed funds. I don't believe it would be an additional burden on the college universities, since they're only being asked to pay 25% of what the rest of the city of Worcester pays for tax bills.
Well, I mean, by
also
definition, it
think
would be an
that
additional
the last
burden.
section,
Whether or not it's a
particularly
just
important,
one
because
is the
there was
question.
concern about it last week. I know somebody from the Greater Worcester Land Trust asked a question, which is a legitimate question. What about nonprofits that may have more than $15 million worth of property? They don't have any income coming in. So how would they pay 25% of their taxes? Well, the last section of the bill says that the city or town can make their own agreements with exempt organizations, so that they don't have to pay the taxes in consideration of community benefits and other types of benefits to the community. So I think it covers a lot of the concerns, and I think it also addresses the unfairness that we've been dealt, given that Worcester has a large number of large nonprofits. Again, if your value of your property is under $15 million, which is going to be a lot of our churches and religious institutions, this wouldn't even apply. Even if it did apply, the city could always exempt the organization for good cause. The vast majority of college universities would be probably subject to this. I'm guessing they have more than $15 million worth of real estate, and that's the exact group of folks that we've not been able to collect taxes from, and this would be a legal way to do it. Let me just add that last time I looked, the number probably is a little different now. Almost 30% of property in the city of Worcester was non-taxable, and I mean 70% of the taxpayers are paying 100% of the bill. I think this is a way to reset the fairness between larger nonprofit institutions and the city of Worcester and our ordinary taxpayers. And I think the way it's worded is fair to everyone. I don't know where it's going to end up because the state legislature could certainly change the language of it, but I think we should offer our support. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So thank you. So we have a resolution.
Mr. Chairman.
Council King.
Thank you. I certainly support this. I'm the person that held it. I wanted to speak to the folks who were sponsoring and point guarding this legislation. As mentioned previously, and my comments I'm not going to make because it's the same that I made last week. What I will say this week, I want to be clear to folks. This right here, Mr. Chairman, is page upon page of things that have been filed by this council regarding pilot in 2023, 2024. Page upon page, Mr. Chairman. And so this particular item speaks to that. And again, there's things that have been requested that I look forward to the administration getting this back to us on, including the task force that this body unanimously supported related to pilot. And I also want to be clear to folks, this isn't about simply a response to WPI. This is stuff that has been on the agenda. I know Councilor Bergman had filed stuff years ago. I filed some things. This is about the nonprofits doing their fair share, Mr. Chairman. And that's important. So I just want to make that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're all set. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Calorio,
Yes.
Councilor Agia,
Yes.
Councilor King,
Yes.
Councilor Barbara Carlson, Councilor Nguyen,
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda,
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo,
Yes.
Councilor Russell,
Yes.
Councilor Toomey, and Mayor Petty.
Do we want to hold the executive session until next week?
Motion to hold then. Yes, we accept it.
Cowards. It's only 10 o'clock.
Just do it.
What's that?
I got food with me.
You want to go into executive session, Council Russell? This is your item.
I got food. Mr. Chairman, whatever the will of the council is, I'm fine either this week or next week.
I got food.
Willing to hold it till next week.
Okay. So let's do it next week. So we'll bring it. So the amended is to for the
I was gotta eat his food alone in the chamber.
Patty's a procrastinator. King's a go-getter.
Okay. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Okay, so motions to adjourn. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
Wow. What time is it? 10 p.m.
Yeah.
Fully, what? Were we saying half of that was public comment?
3 hours.
Yeah. More. Yeah.
3 hours was that one item.
Public comment. Hold on. Let me look at my notes here because I have it all timestamped. Public comment went until 8:30ish. So 6:30 to 8:30, 2 hours of public comment.
Unbelievable. Well, glad we got it figured out.
Yeah. It seems like the filer of that petition was showing some real contrition by the end there, which is hard to figure out because, man, that exchange
Councilor
yeah.
Ojeda.
It's wild.
That's all I want to know about. I want to know more about whatever that story is.
Gonna have to go back and find that because that deserves a full transcription and some deep scrutiny. That was because you could hear her on the mic too, like
yeah.
apologizing to him.
You're right. I'm sorry. Both Brendan and I heard it in the moment.
Yeah. And so what Christian was talking to about how he works with her in a professional capacity, she's an adoption lawyer mostly and is in family court sometimes and is doing that kind of stuff. So, for people who wanted to have naturalized citizens pull their papers, they are going to have a lot of papers pulled on them this week. So, better not be a lot there to find because I'm going to find it.
Because it's going to. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. Like whatever. I'm like, policy differences are all well and good, but it's so nakedly like bigoted, and it is bigoted for the purposes of getting people who already agree with you to get excited,
right?
Because it's not possible to do, it's not helpful to do, and it's obviously not going to work. Like that, even the city councilors that are evil in this city are not brave enough to stand out in front of an item like that.
Yeah, and they just saw that their only city councilor they have be not brave enough to stand with them on that.
Right.
So, yeah. So we still need to get some names here of Wormtown Hoodie and Green Windbreaker Man. I mean, most of the names are going to be on. Let's see. If I send this
he
PDF,
said he was the treasurer of the city Republican City Committee.
He said he was the treasurer.
Yeah.
No, the treasurer is Theodore Costas. So he's a ward treasurer. So that narrows it down.
Bill, I was also told that Jay Gibbons was in the chamber as well too, just kind of mean mugging the council.
That's awesome, dude.
Just
sounds like him.
Red Metro in the flesh, baby. It might be John Rogers.
Could have been.
But
I'm pretty sure he said it.
Yeah. Anyway, it's the name, address, and everything is going to be in that document, because that's what you have to do if you're on a city committee. Yeah, Fred Nathan's on here, but whatever. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it all
Even
out.
Fred was smart enough to keep his fucking mouth shut.
Yeah.
Like how much of a dullard do you have to be stupider about something political than Fred Nathan?
Yeah, I know. Pam Barnes. Oh.
Yeah. We didn't let her talk. Remember, all she wanted to do was the opportunity to explain herself a little bit more. Maybe she could have answered everything.
Yeah.
I can make it better, she said. Yeah. So, yeah, that was just a bad look for them all around. But I think Brendan was right to point out that Traynor basically gave us the ultimate loophole. That if you can get anything you want on as a petition, if you just use the special magic words, where are they?
Charter change.
Traynor, if you come up with it's asking for a charter change to do X, asking for a charter change to do XYZ. So asking for a charter change to advertise the newsletter Worcester Sucks and I Love It and the program Worcestery Council Theatre 3000 on all city websites and social media pages.
Perfectly legal and worthy of 3 hours of discussion.
Yeah. Yep. And I will not. We won't come to defend it.
No. We will sit here on our little stream and make fun of people for talking about it. and it's gonna be beautiful.
Yeah.
What do you think is the largest hostile crowd we could encourage to council without actually showing up ourselves?
If we have cross petitions from the Albanian community aimed at the Greek community, and then from the Greek community aimed at the Albanian community,
Mm-hmm.
that's basically a surefire way to start a legitimate race war in this.
Remove the Christopher Columbus statue and replace it with something else offensive. Then we'll get everybody.
A butt plug.
I said offensive, not welcome.
We'll say that butt plugs were invented in Worcester.
That's what I've heard.
And then we'll have Worcester Heritage Society on our side.
I heard that's what Robert Goddard was really up to.
He was trying to launch a butt plug into Auburn. Yeah, the only way to destroy the city of Auburn, the town of Auburn.
The one that was invented in Worcester was the butt plug that actually had a mechanical watch embedded at the end of it, so you could tell the time from behind. That the user couldn't, but the viewer could.
Baby, if you're using a butt plug, it's playtime.
It's the thoughtful butt plug.
Huge.
It's the business plug.
Productivity skyrocketed in Worcester after that.
So yeah, I mean, and they ran off everything else. Nothing got held again. That was held that from last week. It kind of cleared the current plate.
Yeah. We're back up to normal. It seems like they're just not going to do anything until after the presidential election. But this gave them this is a nice sort of grandstanding opportunity for the Joe Petty type and the Katie Mill Carlson type.
Wait, Antifa, are you also troubler?
Yeah, I wasn't going to point it out that they're giving themselves away.
No shade. I love it.
Hell yeah.
Oh, sick. Hell yeah. Yeah, all right. This all tracks now. All the first stuff tracks now better to me. We have canon built up in our heads about all you guys, just so you know.
Yeah, I don't want to know who you are. People keep telling me who they are. Oh, it's awful. I love that you guys watch. Don't get me wrong, but you're all just like these majestic unicorns in my head. Do we have a normal schedule throughout? Yeah. The only no meeting is the 29th. Oh, 29th and 5th.
Oh, good call, Troubler.
So the next meeting.
Legacy account.
Oh yeah.
The next meeting is when?
The next meeting is the 22nd, and it'll be the last city council meeting before the general.
I got a message from somebody still in the room that all the city councilors took a stand against hate group picture after.
Wait. Are they wearing kente cloth?
Oh my God, yeah.
If there's a picture of Jenny with a kufi on, then my life is made. That's really fucking great. I mean, again, as much of that as that was a stunt by the Republican City Committee, it's now been co-opted by some of the people in the room as a bona fide.
Right. Look at me. Look what I did. Yeah. Which
now you have photographic evidence of Donna. That is going to follow her.
Yeah, that's going to hurt her in Republican circles. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, that's a 180 for her. Standing against hate is a 180 for her, and against her, the morals of her constituents, her key constituents.
Right. That's a heretical move.
Right. There she is.
Oldie but a goodie. I think that was year one meme.
That was an orig.
Yeah. So yeah, These people suck. Well, not the person talking, but everybody else.
Pam.
We need to get the names of those people. But I gotta go, guys. We gotta.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Let's wrap this up.
Joe gave us a gift.
Yes. Yeah. It was this was a special night. Thank you all for joining us. Thanks for everybody. New followers tonight. Subscribers, resubscribers. Thanks again to Yenny. That was really nice. And
Yeah,
oh
thank you,
wow, we
Yenny.
got a few more too. Geo gave out 5 as well. Look at that.
Holy mackerel, guys.
That's so great. Yeah, we got a
This
level
is how
2
we
hype
stand
train
against.
tonight.
So we stand against hate.
We went level 2 on the hype train. All right. Thanks, guys. This was a fascinating meeting tonight and a great stream, and we appreciate you all for joining us every week right here on the worst fucking show you ever seen in your life. Make sure that you're subscribed to billshaner.substack.com, worcestersucks.email, at worcester_sucks. Big story this week. Breaking news from Sunday night about
Breaking
a major protest at Ralph's Rock Diner over their haunted attraction that's coming up on October 27th and 28th.
That's
I
right.
believe.
That's right.
They are it's gonna be really cool. It's really gonna be fucking cool.
I know
what
when the
they're doing at Ralph's.
Antichrist,
Yeah. But yeah, there was some bigots, probably some of the same people that we saw tonight.
Yeah, quite possibly. Yeah.
Yeah.
If
So
they
make
came
sure that
from,
they're from
they came from
elsewhere.
war. Yeah.
So make sure that you're reading Bill's Substack for all the details on that. Some great reporting, some great photography as well. So
Yeah, that photo ruled.
It's really good. Yeah.
I saw some other ones too that were pretty unbelievable. This was a shocking story, and a lot of views on that one. So make sure that you're checking it out, and then you can catch up on the Reddit thread. That's already
Thanks for
posted.
resubbing, Matt.
Oh, Matt, thank you so much. We love you guys. Follow at WCT3000 on Instagram. Make sure that you're subscribed here to our Twitch channel. I candidly just got some news about work that is gonna make it so that you're gonna see me on Twitch a lot more for longer than we thought, everybody. So make sure you're following us here if you're around during the week. I'm gonna throw some game streams up, and also follow me on YouTube. It's just my name, Bryan O'Donnell, at Bryan_O'Donnell. For my podcast, it's Hubin Time, where I talk exclusively about the movie Hubie Halloween, a 2020 Halloween horror comedy from Adam Sandler, and the best movie that's ever been made. I'm interviewing a couple crew members this week from the movie to talk about. One of them definitely played basketball with Adam Sandler, so hoping to get that story on tape. And at Wooten Any Comedy on Instagram, all things social media for that. We have a show coming up at Heartland Barber in Millbury, the Millbury office, on November 8th. We got some great comedians there. Tickets are on sale now, so if you follow us, you can see our link in bio for tickets for those. And we got a big show coming up in December. The Sort of Late Show's coming back, so details about that soon. We also got a couple shows coming up at New Tradition, some stand-up shows. So, yeah, lots of stuff going on. Check it out and enjoy the content. Get rid of your Spectrum cable and just pay for internet and watch our content instead of cable channels. At least until I'm working on a cable show again, and then resubscribe. I did want to mention. we haven't talked about it, but in the last like month or so, Kevin Can Fuck Himself went up on Netflix and is getting a ton of attention. And I just
I know.
wanna
I need to
say
watch that.
it's really good. You should watch it, and it's very
Okay.
satisfying that now a thing I've finally a thing I've worked on is critically acclaimed. Only
Popping
for
off. Yeah.
2 years too late for season 3. But
You don't think
let me know-
somebody will pick it up at this rate?
No, I don't think so. And then, you know what? It's good because they found out that it was canceled before they finished writing season 2. They got to finish it the way they actually wanted to, and
Yeah.
it's very, very satisfying. But if you have any questions about it, I'd love to talk to people about it. I really loved working on that show. So
Sick.
Yeah. We will see you next Tuesday, everybody. We love you. Thank you so much for your support. Fuck bigots and Free Palestine. And Pam Barnes, you're stupid. Goodbye.